Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if kind Deku had godlike powers and had harem? Movie. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is El Creador by Daily Viewer 1. Izuku Midoriya opened his eyes in a modest room in Musudafu, Japan. He was 4 years old, but the wisdom of eons shone in his green eyes. He remembered every moment from before the void. He remembered shaping the tree of everything. He remembered deciding to visit this world first. A reality where 80% of humanity had developed superpowers called quirks. Interesting choice, he thought with amusement. A world where humans believed their small powers made them special. He, who had created the very concept of power, was going to enjoy this. Izuku, wake up, sweetheart. Today's the day. Inko Midoriya's voice echoed from the kitchen. In this world, she was his mother, a woman with green hair and a kind heart. Izuku smiled genuinely. Even though he was the creator of everything, he appreciated the warmth of the maternal love he had designed into human souls. He got out of bed, and as he did, small golden roots briefly appeared beneath his feet, sinking into the floor before vanishing. The entire apartment seemed to glow for a second, as if every atom recognized the presence of its creator. As he dressed in front of the mirror, Izuku studied his reflection. Messy dark green hair, freckles on his cheeks, a small build for his age. Perfect. He had chosen this appearance because he liked the idea of the creator of everything looking like the most harmless of humans. But then his eyes shone with an impossible emerald green, a color that seemed to contain entire galaxies. He smiled, and for a moment, the reflection showed not a child but a cosmic figure surrounded by stars that were born and died in a breath. I'm going to have a lot of fun here, he murmured. Today was the day he and Katsuki Bakugo were going to the doctor to find out if they had quirks. Izuku almost laughed. He, who had created the very concept of supernatural abilities, was going to let a human doctor examine him. During breakfast, Inko chatted excitedly about the possibilities. Maybe you'll have a telekinesis quirk like me, or something like breathing fire like your father. Izuku smiled patiently. His father, Hisashi Midoriya, was actually another manifestation of himself who had decided to absent himself from this timeline to make the story more interesting. He briefly wondered what world that other version of him was experiencing right now. Mom, Izuku said in his childlike voice, but with a depth that made Inko stop for a second. No matter what happens today, everything's going to be alright. I promise. Something about the way he said it made Inko feel a strange sense of absolute peace, as if her son had just uttered a fundamental truth of the universe. In the doctor's office, Katsuki Bakugo was literally bursting with excitement when it was confirmed that his quirk allowed him to create explosions with the sweat from his palms. I'm going to be the #1 hero, damn it! Shouted the blonde boy, making small explosions. I'm awesome. The doctor turned to Izuku with a strange expression. He had examined the X-rays several times, run blood tests, and double-checked everything. Young Midoriya, the doctor began, adjusting his glasses with trembling hands. Your results are unusual. Inko tensed up. What does that mean? Does she have a quirk or not? The doctor looked at the papers again, as if he couldn't believe what he was reading. According to all our instruments, your son's body is emitting a type of energy we've never seen before. It's not like normal quirks. It's as if every cell in his body is connected to something larger, something our devices can't even fully measure. The readings simply say, error, or show the infinity symbol. Izuku smiled inwardly. Of course, human instruments couldn't measure the power of the creator of the tree of everything. So, she has a quirk? Inko asked, confused. The doctor nodded slowly. You do have a quirk, Ms. Midoriya. But honestly, I have no idea what it is or what it's capable of. All I can tell you is that the readings suggest your potential is limitless. Katsuki scoffed. Unlimited. What a load of rubbish. This Deku guy probably just has a useless quirk. Izuku turned his head toward Katsuki, and for a split second, his eyes glowed with that cosmic green. The air around the room seemed to thicken, and Katsuki felt as if something infinitely vast was watching him. The blonde boy took a step back, feeling a primal fear he couldn't explain. Don't call me Deku, Kachan, Izuku said gently, but his voice seemed to echo from all directions. And be careful not to underestimate what you don't understand. The moment passed so quickly that everyone thought they had imagined it. Katsuki shook his head, confused as to why he had suddenly felt so much fear. That night, in his room, Izuku decided it was time to start showing what he could do. He reached up at the ceiling, and with just a thought, golden roots from the tree of everything began to materialize, passing through the walls without damaging them, spreading throughout Musutaf City like invisible veins of pure power. She could feel every person in the city, every thought, every dream, every hope. She could see timelines branching out from every decision. She could, if she wanted, rewrite all of reality in the blink of an eye. But that would be boring. No, he was going to play this game properly. He was going to go to school, he was going to face challenges, he was going to make friends, and eventually, create his harem of the most extraordinary women from around the world. Not because he needed them, he was complete in himself, but because he had created the concept of romantic love and wanted to experience it in all its complexity. Tomorrow the real fun begins, he murmured, and as he spoke, every star in the night sky of this universe shone a little more brightly, as if the cosmos itself were anticipating what was to come. The following years in elementary school were, for Izuku, an exercise in divine self-control. Katsuki Bakugo and his cronies constantly bullied him, calling him useless Deku, and mocking him for not manifesting a visible quirk. What they didn't know was that every time they pushed Izuku, he had to actively suppress the urge to accidentally disintegrate them with his mere presence. Not because he was vengeful, he had created the concept of mercy, after all, but because his power instinctively responded to threats, and he had to learn to turn it off, enough so that normal humans could interact with him. One day, when he was 10 years old, Katsuki and his friends cornered him after school in the empty classroom. Listen carefully, Deku, Katsuki growled, making small explosions in his palms. You'd better not apply to UA with me. A quirkless weakling like you would only embarrass me. Izuku looked up from his hero notebook, where, ironically, he had been writing analyses of the abilities of professional heroes, something trivial considering that he had created the physical laws that allowed those powers to exist. What if I do it anyway, Kachan? Izuku asked with a small smile. Katsuki exploded. Literally, he launched an explosive punch directly at Izuku's face. Time seemed to stand still. The explosion froze in the air, particles of fire and energy suspended like drops of golden amber. Katsuki stood motionless, his eyes wide in shock. His two friends were frozen mid-stride. Izuku calmly stood up from his seat, walking around the frozen explosion. He observed it from different angles, like an artist admiring a painting. Interesting, he murmured. So this is what it feels like to be on the other side of human aggression. I don't like it. She extended a finger and touched the explosion. Immediately, the energy dissolved into thousands of golden light butterflies that fluttered around the classroom before vanishing. Time resumed. Katsuki blinked, confused. His explosion had vanished. There was no smoke, no damage, nothing. It was as if he had never attacked. What? He began to say. Izuku approached him, and although he was still shorter than Katsuki, he suddenly seemed much larger. His shadow spread unnaturally across the ground, taking on shapes that resembled roots or branches. His green eyes shone with that cosmic radiance that made the very air tremble. Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku said, his voice resonating with impossible harmonies, as if 1,000 versions of himself were speaking in unison. I've allowed these interactions because human experience includes conflict. But make this clear, you will not hurt me. Not because you can't, but because I won't allow it. Do you understand? Katsuki felt his knees weaken. It was as if he were standing before something infinite, something ancient beyond comprehension. Every survival instinct in his body screamed at him to kneel, to beg for forgiveness, to run away. Why he stuttered. Izuku blinked, and the pressure disappeared. He was back to being the shy boy he always was, smiling with that characteristic friendly expression. Ah, sorry Kachan. I got a little carried away, she said cheerfully, as if nothing had happened. Anyway, I am going to apply to UA. I hope we can be classmates. He left the classroom whistling a melody that sounded like the birth of stars. Katsuki stood motionless for a full 5 minutes, trying to process what the hell had just happened. After that, time passed. On the day Izuku turned 14, the event that, in the original timeline, would have defined his destiny occurred, the attack of the mud villain. Izuku was walking under a bridge when he heard an explosion. He looked up and saw a plastic bottle rolling by, with a green liquid leaking from it. "Oh," Izuku said with genuine surprise. "This is going to be interesting." The mud villain materialized, growing into a huge mass of slime. "A body. I need a body to hide from that damn hero." The villain lunged at Izuku, his liquid mass ready to engulf the boy. Izuku didn't move. The mud completely enveloped him, covering his mouth, his nose, his eyes. The villain laughed. "Perfect. A weakling. No one will suspect a thing." Then the villain sensed something strange. The body he had possessed wasn't struggling. It wasn't drowning. In fact, it didn't seem to need oxygen at all. What? The villain tried to move, but discovered he couldn't. It was as if his liquid body had frozen. From inside the mass of mud, Izuku spoke, and his voice was perfectly clear despite being completely covered. "This is uncomfortable," she commented casually. "I don't like being touched without permission." An emerald green light began to emanate from his body. The sludge villain screamed as he felt his very essence being rewritten. Izuku was literally altering the molecular composition of the sludge, transforming it from a conscious mass of evil into something more harmonious. In a matter of seconds, the mud villain ceased to be a villain. The green mass crystallized into thousands of tiny, perfect glass spheres that fell to the ground with a musical tinkling sound. Each sphere contained a tiny glimmer of light, like a captured star. Izuku stepped out of the pile of spheres, dusting off his completely clean clothes. "I am here." All Might landed with his signature grin, searching for the villain who had just escaped, only to find a kid standing calmly surrounded by what looked like glowing marbles. "Young man, are you all right? Where is the villain?" Izuku pointed to the spheres. "Here." "Well, what's left of it? I transformed it into decorative art. Do you like it? I was thinking of making a lamp out of it." All Might blinked. Then he blinked again. His smile faltered. "Did you transform the villain?" "Yes. It was that or disintegrate it completely, but that seemed cruel. This form, at least, preserves the essence of what it was, but without the evil part. Quite elegant, if you ask me." All Might crouched down to examine the spheres. Sure enough, he could sense residual energy from the villain within them, but it was completely inert, transformed into something peaceful. It was impossible. Not even One for All could do something like this. "Young man," All Might said slowly, his hero instincts tingling. "What's your quirk?" Izuku looked at him with those bright green eyes and smiled in a way that made All Might feel a chill run down his spine. "My quirk?" Izuku chuckled softly. "I don't have a quirk, All Might. I have something much better." She extended her hand, and one of the spheres floated into her palm. She closed it in her fist, and when she opened it, there was a perfect flower made of solid light. "I possess the power that created quirks. The power that created this world. The power that created you, Toshinori Yagi." All Might recoiled as if he'd been punched. How do you know my real name?" "I know everything, All Might. I know about One for All. I know about All for One. I know about your teacher, Nana Shimura. I know you're hurting and that your time as the symbol of peace is coming to an end." Izuku spoke gently, without malice. "I know because when I created this world, I wrote every single one of those stories." For the first time in decades, All Might was completely speechless. Izuku offered her the flower of light. "Here, it will heal you." "Not completely. You still want to experience the rest of your story, right? But enough so that you can continue being the symbol for a while longer." All Might automatically picked up the flower. The moment his fingers touched it, he felt a warmth spread throughout his body. The constant pain in his side, the weight of his mortal wound, lessened significantly. What are you?" All Might whispered. "The beginning and the end," Izuku replied simply. "The creator of the tree of everything. The one who existed before the void. But right now, in this world, I am Izuku Midoriya, and I want to be a hero. Will you help me?" All Might sat on the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. This was too much, but looking into the boy's eyes, he saw something he recognized, a genuine desire to help others, to be a light in the darkness. "If you can do everything you say you can do," All Might began slowly, "why would you need my help?" Izuku sat down next to him. Because power without purpose is empty. Because strength without challenge is meaningless. And because, his voice softened, because I want to experience what it feels like to win something, to fight for something, even when I could just blink and have it all. All Might stared at him for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he laughed. You are the strangest being I have ever met, young man. But, he extended his hand, I would be honored to help you on your path. Izuku shook his hand, and at that moment, All Might felt something change within him. Not just physical healing, but something deeper. It was as if his very soul had been uplifted. Thank you, All Might, Izuku said with a genuine smile. I promise my time at UA will be memorable. All Might had no idea how true that would be. The day of the UA entrance exam arrived, and with it, hundreds of nervous teenagers eager to prove themselves. Izuku Midoriya was among them, but unlike the others, he wasn't nervous at all. He wore his signature green hoodie and red sneakers, looking like any other applicant. But all around him, the air itself seemed more alive. The flowers on the UA campus had fully opened that morning, and the birds were singing more cheerful tunes. Midoriya. Izuku turned to see Katsuki Bakugo walking toward him with his usual aggressive expression, though since that day in the classroom, there was something different about the way the blonde looked at him. There was caution, perhaps even a touch of fear. Oh, Kachan. Good morning, Izuku greeted cheerfully. TCH. I just came to tell you not to get in my way, Deku. This is my moment. Of course, everyone will have their moment to shine. Izuku smiled in a way that made Katsuki feel that familiar, inexplicable shiver. Inside the auditorium, Present Mike explained the rules of the practical exam. 3 types of villainous robots with different points, and a 0-point robot that they had to avoid. Izuku listened with amusement. Robots. Humans creating mechanical imitations of life. It was cute, in a way. He had created real life, life that thought, felt, and grew. These robots were toys in comparison. Examinee number 2234. A boy with dark blue hair and glasses stood up, pointing at Izuku. It was Tenya Iida. You've been muttering throughout the entire presentation. If you can't take this seriously, please leave. Izuku looked at him with interest. Ah, yes, Tenya Iida, brother of Tensai Iida, the hero of Ingenium. A boy with a strong sense of justice and order. He'd like him. Excuse me, Izuku said politely. I was just appreciating the complexity of the robot's design. They're quite ingenious. Something in his tone made Iida blink. It was as if the boy was talking about robots the same way an adult would talk about a toddler's drawings, with genuine appreciation but also with the clear implication that they were very simplistic. In the testing area, Izuku was assigned to a simulated urban battlefield along with other test takers. Among them, he noticed a girl with brown hair and brown eyes who looked slightly dizzy. Ochako Uraraka, he recognized. The girl who, in the original timeline, would have saved him from falling. He decided to run. Hi, Izuku said, approaching her. First time taking the exam. Ochako jumped, then smiled. Oh, yes, I'm super nervous. And you? It's my first time too. But I think everything will be fine. As she spoke, tiny sparks of green light danced around her fingers, so subtle that Ochako thought they were reflections of the sun. Something about his presence calmed her. She didn't know why, but suddenly she felt safer, more confident. What's your quirk? She asked, curious. It's complicated to explain, Izuku replied with an enigmatic smile. But let's just say I can alter reality at will. Ochako laughed, thinking it was a joke. Wow, that sounds powerful. It is, Izuku said with complete seriousness. Get started, shouted Present Mike, and all the examinees rushed forward. Everyone except Izuku, who was walking calmly, his hands in his pockets. Robots began appearing from a single point, attacking the students. Several students fought back, using their quirks to destroy the mechanical enemies. Katsuki soared through the air with his explosions, destroying robots with wild screams. Other students displayed impressive quirks. Izuku continued walking. A 3-pointed robot materialized in front of him, its red eyes blinking as it raised a massive arm to crush him. Izuku didn't even look at him. He snapped his fingers. The robot exploded. No, exploded, was the wrong word. It instantly transformed into a cascade of cherry blossoms, thousands of pink petals swirling through the air in a beautiful vortex before vanishing like stardust. Those nearby stopped and stared in astonishment. Another robot appeared behind Izuku. He turned his head slightly. Boring, he muttered. The robot transformed into a tree. Literally, a full-grown cherry tree, blooming with perfect blossoms, its roots piercing the simulated asphalt. Birds that hadn't been there before appeared and began nesting in its branches. A third robot, a two-pointed one, charged toward him. Izuku sighed and waved his hand nonchalantly. The robot stopped dead in its tracks. Then it began to bend. Its metal transformed into perfect origami, folding into impossibly complex shapes until it became a metal crane that flapped once and then simply dissolved into light. "This is too easy," Izuku complained. "I need a real challenge." As if the universe had heard him. And, of course, it did, because he was the universe. The ground began to shake. The 0-point robot appeared. It was enormous, a mechanical monster several stories high, with a menacing face painted on its forehead. Those being examined screamed and began to flee. Izuku smiled. "Ah, this is better." He didn't run away. He walked straight toward the giant robot. From the observation rooms, UA professors watched the screens with growing alarm. "What is that boy doing?" Vlad King asked. "He's walking towards the 0-point robot," Aizawa replied, his eyes narrowing. All Might, who was watching from the back of the room, felt his stomach lurch. No. The kid wasn't going to. In the test area, Ochako had tripped while fleeing. She had hurt her ankle and couldn't move fast enough. The giant robot was about to crush her. "No," he shouted. Then, Izuku appeared in front of her. He didn't run. He didn't jump. He was simply there, as if he had been there all along, even though Ochako had seen him 50 meters away a second earlier. "Don't be afraid," Izuku said gently. "I won't let anything hurt you." He raised a hand towards the giant robot that loomed over them. And the world stopped. No, it didn't stop. It transformed. The 0-point robot, in all its massive mechanical glory, began to glow. Golden roots emerged from the earth, enveloping it, penetrating every circuit, every wire, every screw. Metal transformed into wood, then into crystal, then into pure light. And then, in a burst of emerald green energy that illuminated the entire test area like a second sun, the robot disappeared. In its place there was a garden. A perfectly symmetrical garden of impossible flowers, roses that burned with cold fire, lilies that sang soft melodies, sunflowers that turned following a sun that didn't exist. In the center of the garden was a fountain of crystalline water that flowed upward, defying gravity, forming arcs of liquid rainbows. And standing in the middle of all this, with his hand still raised, was Izuku Midoriya, surrounded by an aura of green power that made the very air ripple and distort. Everyone in the test area was frozen, staring. What did you just do?" Ochako whispered. Izuku lowered his hand and turned to face her, offering a gentle smile. "I just made this place prettier. Do you like it?" But, the robot, how? "I don't like ugly things," Izuku explained casually, as if he had just tidied his room instead of transforming several million yen worth of robotic technology into a magical botanical garden. "So I improved it." In the observation room, there was total silence. Principal Nezu, the mouse-like director of UA, leaned forward in his seat, his intelligent eyes shining with absolute fascination. "Interesting," he said softly. "Very, very interesting." "Interesting," Aizawa hissed. "He just transformed a 40-meter-tall robot into a garden. What kind of quirk can do that?" All Might swallowed hard. He knew the answer, and it terrified him. "It's not a quirk," he murmured. "It's something much more." The time limit sounded, ending the exam. The test takers began to slowly leave the testing areas, all murmuring about the green-haired boy who had created a garden out of nothing. Izuku met with Ochako, who was still looking at him in amazement. "Thank you for saving me," she said. Wow, your quirk is amazing." "You're welcome," Izuku replied. "And hey, you did great too. I saw how you made those robots float. Very clever." Ochako blushed at the compliment. There was something about this boy, something that made her heart beat faster. Not just out of gratitude, but something more. "What's your name?" he asked. Izuku Midoriya. Why too? Ochako Uraraka. I hope we both get in. Izuku smiled. Oh, we will, trust me. And as they walked towards the exit, small flowers sprouted on the path where Izuku stepped, a trail of life and beauty that followed the creator of everything. A week after the exam, Izuku was sitting in his apartment living room when the mail arrived. Inko practically jumped to the door when she saw the thick envelope with the UA logo. Izuku, it's here. Your letter from UA is here. She shouted excitedly, her eyes already filling with tears. Izuku smiled fondly at his mother. Even though he already knew the outcome, he knew all the possible outcomes across all timelines, he appreciated her genuine emotion. The familial bonds she had created within humanity were truly beautiful. He opened the envelope with deliberate calm, and a small holographic disc fell onto the table. It activated automatically, projecting an image of All Might in his muscular form. I'm here. As a holographic projection, All Might's image smiled broadly. Young Midoriya, I have news about your entrance exam. Inko clung to Izuku's arm, holding her breath. In villain points, you got 0 points. Inko gasped. What? But I saw the news about a magical garden that appeared in the testing area. Everyone was saying it was amazing. All Might coughed during the projection. Yes, well, technically young Midoriya didn't defeat any robots in the traditional sense. He transformed them into other things. Very impressive, but they don't count as villain points according to the rules. Izuku chuckled softly. Of course, technical rules. How human. But, continued All Might, there's something else. Rescue points. Points awarded by our panel of judges for heroic behavior. The screen changed to show a leaderboard. Izuku's name appeared at the top. For saving young Uraraka from the 0-point robot, and for your incredible display of power and control that protected multiple students from harm, you have received 100 rescue points. The highest score in UA history. Inko screamed with joy and hugged Izuku so tightly that a normal human would have had trouble breathing. And that's not all. All Might leaned forward into the projection, his expression growing more serious. Principal Nezu has requested a personal meeting with you before the start of the semester. Young Midoriya, welcome to your Hero Academy. The projection ended, and the disc fell inertly onto the table. My baby is going to be a hero. I knew you had a special quirk. I always knew it. Inko cried and laughed at the same time. Izuku hugged her, letting her experience his joy. As he did so, he gazed out the window at the night sky. The stars twinkled in a pattern no one else would notice, but which, to him, spelled out a message in the cosmic language he had invented. Let the game begin. 2 days before the start of the semester, Izuku was summoned to UA for his meeting with Principal Nezu. He entered the imposing school building, and once again, everything seemed to react to his presence. The plants in the gardens leaned slightly in his direction, the lights flickered softly, and some upperclassmen passing by felt an inexplicable sense of peace. A female heroine in a dominatrix outfit and with a whip, Midnight, escorted him to the principal's office. So you're the boy from the magic garden, Midnight said with a flirty smile. You caused quite a stir, you know. Some of my colleagues haven't been talking about anything else. Izuku looked at her, and for a moment, his eyes glowed with that cosmic green. Midnight felt a shiver run down her spine, not unpleasant, but intense. As if this teenager could see right through her. I just did what felt natural, Izuku replied politely. They arrived at a large wooden door. Midnight knocked, and a cheerful voice answered from inside. Forward. Principal Nezu's office was spacious and filled with all sorts of curiosities. Complex puzzles, mathematical equations on blackboards, books on strategy and game theory. And sitting behind a desk, in a specially designed chair, was Nezu, a creature that looked like a bear, a dog, or a mouse. No one was quite sure. Ah, young Midoriya, come in, come in. Nezu jumped down from his chair and gestured toward a seat in front of his desk. Please, sit down. Would you like some tea? I have an excellent selection of Darjeeling. I'd love to, thank you, Izuku replied, sitting down gracefully. As Nezu prepared the tea, Izuku watched the headmaster with genuine interest. Nezu was one of his most curious creations in this world, an animal that had developed human or more than human intelligence due to experimentation. A tragic story that had resulted in something extraordinary. I must say, young Midoriya, Nezu began as he poured the tea, that in my many years as an educator, I have never seen a display of power like yours. Transforming complex inorganic matter into living, functional organic matter, is something that surpasses any recorded quirk. I guess I'm special, Izuku said with a smile, taking a sip of tea. Excellent choice of tea. Nezu sat down, his small legs dangling over the edge of the chair, but his eyes were anything but childish. They were sharp, calculating, and bright with intelligence. I'll be blunt with you, Midoriya. Your medical records from when you were a child show anomalies that our best scientists can't explain. The energy readings from your entrance exam broke several of our measuring instruments. And according to reports from your elementary school, you've been unusually perceptive for your age. Izuku bowed his head. Is this an interrogation, Principal Nezu? No, Nezu waved a paw. It's curiosity. You see, my quirk grants me superior intelligence. It allows me to see patterns others don't, to solve problems others deem impossible. And when I look at you, Midoriya, Nezu leaned forward, I see something that doesn't fit any known pattern. You're an anomaly, an unsolvable equation, a puzzle I can't solve. Izuku smiled more broadly. And that bothers you. On the contrary, I'm fascinated. Nezu laughed, a high-pitched, cheerful sound. So I'll ask you a direct question, and you can choose to answer it or not. What are you, really? Silence filled the office. Outside, the birds could be heard singing and the wind rustling through the trees. Izuku placed his teacup on the desk with a soft click. Do you really want to know, Principal Nezu? Because once I tell you, your perception of reality will change forever. You cannot unknow what you are about to learn. Nezu didn't hesitate. Yes, I want to know. Izuku nodded slowly. Then, he placed his hand on the desk, palm up. In his palm, something appeared. A perfect miniature of the tree of everything. Its roots were constellations, its trunk was spiraling galaxies, its branches stretched into dimensions the eye couldn't fully follow. And on each leaf, there was an entire universe, spinning and evolving. Nezu froze, his teacup stopped halfway to his mouth. This, Izuku said softly, is the tree of everything. I created it before the concept of, before, even existed. Every branch is a different universe. Every leaf is an alternate reality. This world, your world, is just one of the countless stories that bloom on this tree. The miniature slowly rotated, and Nezu could see how the timelines branched out, how events split into possibilities, how each decision created new paths. I am the gardener of this tree, the creator, the observer, and now, I have decided to walk among my creations as one of you. Not as an avatar or a shadow, but as myself, with all my power and all my knowledge, experiencing the stories I wrote. Nezu finally lowered his cup. His expression was a mixture of astonishment, fear, and a kind of scientific joy that only someone like him could feel in the face of the impossible. So, you're a god. Izuku closed his hand, and the miniature tree vanished. That term is so limiting. I'm not a god who demands worship or sacrifices. I'm more like an author who decided to step into his own story. And in this story, I want to be a hero. I want to make friends. I want to experience love. I want to fight epic battles, even though I already know the outcome. Why? Nezu asked, genuinely confused. If you have all that power, why limit yourself to being a student? Izuku leaned back in his chair. Because power without context means nothing. Because victory without effort is empty. And because, his expression softened, because in my entire infinite existence, what I value most is connection. The small moments, shared laughter, hard-won triumph, those are the things that make existence worthwhile. Nezu remained silent for a long moment, processing. Then, surprisingly, he smiled. Midoriya, you're the most interesting thing that's happened to me in ages. And let me tell you something. I'm going to make your time at UA as challenging, as interesting, and as memorable as possible. If you want the full student experience, I'll give it to you. Izuku smiled genuinely. That's exactly what I was hoping to hear. They shook hands, or rather, paws, and in that moment, Nezu felt something. A glimpse of the vastness that was Izuku Midoriya. It was like touching an ocean and feeling all the waves at once, like looking at the night sky and understanding every star simultaneously. One last question, Nezu said as Izuku stood up to leave. Are there others like you in this world? Izuku stopped at the door. Not here. But when my story in this world is over, I will travel to others. And in each one, I will live, love, and fight with all that I am. That is my self-imposed purpose, to experience all the stories I created. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Nezu was already taking notes. Have a good day, Midoriya. See you at the opening ceremony. As Izuku walked through the halls of UA, Midnight intercepted him again. Is everything all right with the director? He asked. Perfect, Izuku replied. I think we're going to get along really well. Midnight studied him for a moment. There was something about this boy that intrigued her deeply. It wasn't just his power or his mystery, it was the way he carried a presence that made her want to be near him, to protect him, to get to know him better. Careful, Nimari, she said to herself. He's just a student. But even as I thought that, I knew that Izuku Midoriya was not, just, nothing. The first day of classes at UA dawned bright and clear. Izuku put on his school uniform, dark green blazer, gray pants, red tie, and looked at himself in the mirror. He looked like any other first-year student. Except for his eyes. His eyes held eternities. Izuku, hurry up or you'll be late. Inko called from the kitchen. During breakfast, Inko kept asking questions about her classmates, her teachers, and what kind of training they would be doing. Izuku answered patiently, even though he already knew exactly how the day would unfold. When he arrived at UA, the campus was filled with excited first-year students. Izuku located classroom 1A and went inside. The classroom already had several students. He recognized several of them from the entrance exam. And there, sitting near the window, was Ochako Uraraka. Her eyes lit up when she saw him. Deku-kun, he called, using the nickname he had decided to adopt in a positive way. Here, Izuku smiled and walked toward her. As he walked, he noticed several other students watching him curiously. There were already rumors about him, the boy who had created a magical garden, the boy who had achieved the highest rescue score in history. Good morning, Uraraka-san, Izuku greeted. Call me Ochako. We're friends, right? Her smile was radiant. Then call me Izuku. Ochako blushed slightly but nodded. You. A loud, authoritative voice echoed from the doorway. Tenya Iida marched in, pointing at Izuku. You're the boy who transformed the robot. I must apologize for judging you in the auditorium. You're clearly an exceptional student. I'm Tenya Iida, from Sumei High School. He extended his hand stiffly. Izuku shook it, noticing the genuine strength in Iida's grip. Izuku Midoriya, unplaced. Deku. Katsuki Bakugo's familiar voice growled from the doorway. The blonde entered with his characteristic angry expression, but when his eyes fell on Izuku, there was a flicker of something else. Reluctant respect, perhaps, or fear. Kachan, Izuku greeted calmly. I'm glad we both came in. TCH. Obviously I'd go in, I'm the best. But Katsuki didn't come any closer, keeping his distance. More students began to arrive. Izuku recognized each one. Shoto Todoroki, Endeavor's son, with his distinctive half-white, half-red hair, entered with a cold, distant expression. Momo Yaoyorozu, a tall, elegant girl with black hair tied in a ponytail. Tsuyu Asui, a girl with frog-like features. Denki Kaminari, a boy with blonde hair streaked with black. Eijiro Kirishima, with his spiky red hair. Mina Ashido, with pink skin and horns. Kyoka Jiro, with purple hair and earphone plugs in her ears. And more, 20 students in total, each with their own stories, their own dreams, their own struggles. Izuku looked at them all with something akin to nostalgia. He had created them all, in a sense. He had woven the laws of this universe that allowed them to exist. And now he was going to meet them, be their friend, fight alongside them. Then, a sleepy voice spoke from the doorway. If you're here to socialize, go home. They all turned to see a man who looked like a vagrant, wrapped in a gray capture scarf. He had long, disheveled black hair and tired eyes that had seen too much. Shota Aizawa, Eraser Head, the teacher of Class 1A. He pulled a sleeping bag out of somewhere, got into it, and lay down on the ground. It took me 8 seconds to get them to shut up. Time is limited in UA. You guys are not rational at all. He stood up abruptly, dropping his sleeping bag. I'm your teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. He pulled a UA gym uniform from behind his desk. Put these on and head to the training field. We're going to conduct a quirk aptitude test. The students murmured excitedly as Aizawa led them outside. The sun shone brightly on the open field. UA is known for its freedom on campus, Aizawa explained in a monotone voice. That applies to us teachers as well. Softball, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance, grip strength, side-to-side jumps, push-ups, sit-ups. These are all standard physical tests from your middle school. Legalized quirks changed the world long ago. Surveys that don't reflect those changes are irrationally traditional. He threw a softball to Katsuki. Bakugo, what was your softball pitch in middle school? 67 meters, Katsuki replied confidently. Good, now try it with your quirk. Do whatever you want, as long as you stay in the circle. Katsuki grinned wildly. He stood in the circle, swung his arm, and yelled, "Die!" as he hurled the ball with a massive blast. The ball flew through the air. Aizawa's device showed the result, 705.2 meters. Understand your own potential, Aizawa said. This is a rational test to determine your potential as heroes. The students murmured excitedly. This was going to be fun. Oh, but, Aizawa smiled in a way that didn't reach his eyes. Whoever comes in last place in the 8 tests will be judged without hope and will be expelled. The shock spread throughout the class. We have the freedom to do whatever we want about how we teach. Welcome to UA. The atmosphere became tense. The students looked at each other nervously. Izuku, however, simply smiled. This is going to be interesting, he thought. The tests began. Izuku watched as his classmates demonstrated their quirks in impressive ways. Ochako used her zero-gravity quirk to make the ball float infinitely upwards. Iida used the motors in his legs to achieve incredible times in the races. Todoroki created a glacier for the throwing exercise and used ice to propel himself in other tests. Momo created useful objects with her creation quirk. Everyone was giving their best, desperate not to come in last place. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. Midoriya, Aizawa called. Ball toss. Izuku walked toward the circle with his hands in his pockets. Aizawa threw him the ball, which he caught with ease. So, Izuku said casually, holding the ball, is there a distance limit for this exercise? Aizawa narrowed his eyes. No. The sky's the limit. Perfect. Izuku stood in the circle. He didn't take a throwing stance. He didn't prepare. He simply held the ball in front of him. Then he spoke, and his voice resonated with impossible harmonics. Let the branches of the tree guide you. Cross the barriers of this world and touch the stars I created. The ball began to glow with emerald green light. And then, without Izuku making any throwing motion, the ball disappeared. It didn't fly. It wasn't launched. It simply ceased to exist on this plane of reality. Everyone looked up, expecting to see her in the sky. There was nothing. Aizawa's measuring device began to flash. Numbers started to appear. 1,000 meters. 10,000 meters. 100,000 meters. 1,000,000 meters. The numbers kept going up, faster and faster. 10 million meters. 100 million meters. 1 billion meters. And then the screen simply displayed. Error, object out of planetary range, last position detected, beyond Earth's orbit. An absolute silence fell over the training field. I sent the ball on a journey, Izuku explained calmly. It's currently leaving our solar system. In about 10 years, it will reach Proxima Centauri. If you want, I can bring it back. What? Aizawa was genuinely at a loss for words. In all his years as a hero and teacher, he had never seen anything like this. My shift is over, right sensei? Izuku asked innocently. The students erupted in conversation. Did he kick the ball out of the planet? Kaminari yelled. That's impossible, Momo murmured, her analytical mind unable to process what she had just seen. Todoroki stared at him with an unreadable expression. Ochako's eyes were wide, her blush deepening. Midoriya, Aizawa said slowly, regaining his professional composure, what exactly is your quirk? Izuku smiled. It's called absolute creation. I can manipulate reality at a fundamental level. Matter, Energy, space, time, everything is modifiable for me. That's incredibly dangerous, Aizawa said. Only if I don't know how to control it, Izuku replied. But I've spent my whole life learning how to use it. Don't worry, sensei. I would never hurt anyone here. The tests continued, and in each one, Izuku demonstrated a power that was simply. For the 50-meter dash, he didn't run. He was simply at the start and then at the finish line, as if the space between the 2 points ceased to exist. Time. 0.00 seconds. The stopwatch couldn't even register it. For the standing jump, when he jumped, small golden roots appeared under his feet, lifting him 500 meters into the air before he gently descended. For the strength grip, he closed his hand around the device and the reading immediately displayed. Error, incalculable force, device at risk of disintegration. He quickly loosened his grip. For push-ups, he literally created a reverse gravity field around himself while doing them, allowing him to perform 10,000 perfect push-ups in 30 seconds without even breaking a sweat. At the end of all the tests, Aizawa displayed the results on a holographic screen. Izuku Midoriya, Datus Incalculables, Shoto Todoroki Momo Yaoyorozu Katsuki Bakugo Tenya Iida. There was no need to expel anyone, Aizawa said with a tired sigh. That was just a rational lie to get the best out of you. The class sighed in relief, except for Izuku, who already knew that Aizawa would do this. Midoriya, stay here for a moment, Aizawa ordered as the others changed. When they were alone, Aizawa activated his eraser quirk, his eyes glowing red as he stared intently at Izuku. But nothing happened. The emerald green aura around Izuku didn't fade in the slightest. Interesting, Aizawa murmured, deactivating his quirk. My ability doesn't work on you. Your quirk erases quirk factors, Izuku explained. But I don't have a quirk factor. My power is intrinsic to my existence. It can't be erased because it's who I am. Aizawa rubbed his tired eyes. Principal Nezu warned me that you were special. But this, he shook his head. Just promise me you won't accidentally destroy the school. I promise, sensei, Izuku smiled genuinely. I'm here to learn how to be a hero, not to cause chaos. Good, go change. And Midoriya, try not to make the rest of the class feel too inadequate. During lunch, Izuku found himself surrounded by curious classmates. Ochako had immediately sat down next to him, followed by Iida and, surprisingly, Todoroki. Midoriya, Todoroki began in his monotone voice, your power is extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it. Thank you, Todoroki-kun, Izuku replied. Please call me Shoto. Izuku noticed something in Todoroki's eyes, a coldness that went beyond his ice quirk. Deep wounds inflicted by his father. He decided that he would eventually help the boy heal. Oi, Midoriya, a cheerful voice called out from another table. It was Mina Ashido, waving enthusiastically. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Jiro were standing next to her. Come, sit with us. We want to know all about your quirk. Before I could answer, another female voice intervened. Midoriya-san. It was Momo Yaoyorozu, standing by her table with natural elegance. Her black hair shimmered under the cafe lights. I'd like to discuss the theory behind your quirk, if you have the time. As someone with a creation quirk, albeit a much more limited one than yours, I'm fascinated by how you accomplish such feats. Izuku noticed the slight blush on Momo's cheeks. Interesting. His presence was already affecting those around him in ways that went beyond simple admiration. Of course, Yaoyorozu-san. It would be a pleasure. Please call me Momo, she said, her blush deepening slightly. While they were discussing quirk theories, with Izuku explaining molecular manipulation concepts in a simplified way, he noticed another girl watching him from the corner of the cafeteria. Kyoka Jiro, with her headphone plugs dangling from her ears, watched him with poorly disguised curiosity. When their eyes met, she quickly looked away, but not before Izuku picked up on the interest in her expression. Thus it begins, Izuku thought. The connections that will shape my experience in this world. The next day, the class had their first practical lesson with All Might. The symbol of peace entered through the door with his signature dramatic entrance. I'm here, coming through the door like a regular hero. The class erupted in excitement. Seeing All Might in person was a dream come true for most of them. Today's class will be Basic Hero vs. Villain Combat Training. And for this class, All Might pressed a button and numbered drawers popped out of the wall. You'll be using these. The hero costumes that each student had designed. After changing, they all gathered at Gamma Training Ground, a simulated urban area. Izuku wore his uniform, a dark green hooded suit with gold patterns resembling roots or branches spreading across the design. On his chest was a symbol, a stylized tree with roots reaching downward and branches rising upward. Amazing, Deku-kun, exclaimed Ochako, who was wearing a pink and white outfit. Your outfit looks so cool. Momo, in her revealing red outfit, also admired it. The design is very symbolic. Does it have any special meaning? It represents where I come from, Izuku replied enigmatically. All Might explained the rules. Teams of two, one team being heroes and the other villains. The villains would guard a fake nuclear bomb, and the heroes would have to capture them or touch the bomb. The villains would win if they captured the heroes or if time ran out. The first team will be Team A as heroes, Midoriya and Uraraka. And Team D as villains, Bakugo and Iida. Ochako's face lit up with excitement. Let's work together, Deku-kun. Katsuki, on the other hand, wore an expression of barely contained fury. He would finally have the chance to test just how strong Deku really was. Inside the building, Katsuki and Iida were getting ready. Iida was acting dramatically like a villain, but Katsuki was only thinking about one thing. Iida, let me handle Deku, he growled. I need to prove something. In the monitoring room, the rest of the class watched the screens. This will be an interesting battle, Todoroki commented. Bakugo is explosive and powerful, but Midoriya, he's something else entirely. The test began. Ochako and Izuku entered the building. Ochako seemed nervous but determined. Deku-kun, what's the plan? Izuku closed his eyes for a moment, extending his awareness throughout the entire building. He could feel every atom, every vibration. He knew exactly where Katsuki and Iida were, what they were planning, and could even predict their every move. Kachan's going to ambush us around the next corner, Izuku said calmly. He has a lot of mixed feelings about me and wants to vent. How do you know? A massive explosion blew the wall next to them. Deku. Katsuki flew out of the rubble, his hands crackling with explosions. His expression was wild, almost manic. I'm finally going to put your face on the ground. I'm going to prove I'm better than you. He launched a barrage of explosions directly towards Izuku. Izuku didn't move. The explosions stopped in midair, frozen like sculptures of fire and light. Then, gently, they dissolved into particles of golden light that floated upward like fireflies. Kachan, Izuku said calmly, we're not here to fight for pride. We're here to train. Shut up. Katsuki launched himself forward using his blast boosters. This time, Izuku extended his hand. Golden roots sprouted from the ground, gently wrapping around Katsuki's legs and stopping him in his tracks. They didn't hurt him. They were surprisingly soft, but they were unbreakable. Let me go, damn it. Ochako-san, Izuku said, ignoring Katsuki's shouts, could you go get the bomb? Iida is on the 5th floor, second room on the left. He won't stop you. I can tell he's confused about what just happened here. Ochako hesitated. But what about you and Bakugo-kun? We need to have a conversation, Izuku smiled gently. Go ahead, I trust you. Ochako nodded and ran up the stairs, using her quirk to become weightless and move faster. Izuku knelt in front of Katsuki, who was still struggling against the roots. Why do you hate me so much, Kachan? I don't hate you. I'm going to surpass you. I've always been the best, the strongest. And then you show up with that ridiculous power and are you scared? Izuku finished gently. Katsuki froze. You're afraid that everything you believed about yourself, that you were superior, that you were destined for greatness, was a lie. You're afraid of being left behind. I'm not afraid of anything, Katsuki growled, but his voice lacked conviction. Izuku placed a hand on Katsuki's shoulder, and the boy felt a warmth spread throughout his body. It wasn't physical, it was something deeper. As if someone were touching his soul directly. Kachan, you don't need to fear me. I'm not here to surpass you or make you feel inferior. Everyone has their own path, their own greatness. Yours lies in your unwavering determination, your will to never give up, your inner fire. The roots began to recede. My power may be vast, but that doesn't diminish yours. We're not competing for the same place. We can both be great. Katsuki remained silent, processing the words. Then, abruptly, he stood up. I don't need your condescending lecture, Deku. But this time, there was no real poison in his words. Only confusion, uncertainty. In the monitoring room, everyone was silent, having listened to the conversation through the communicators. Midoriya-kun is amazing, Momo murmured. He not only possesses overwhelming power, but also emotional wisdom. It's like I can see inside people, Jiro added in a low voice. All Might watched with a complex expression. He knew Izuku's secret, or at least part of it, and each day he marveled more at the boy who claimed to be the creator of everything. Up above, Ochako caught up with Iida, who was dramatically protecting the fake bomb. You shall not pass, hero, Iida declared with exaggerated acting. Ochako touched the ground, causing everything around her, including Iida, to lose weight. With a strategic push, she sent Iida floating toward the ceiling as she ran and touched the bomb. The team of heroes wins, announced All Might. After training, while everyone was changing, Izuku was approached by several people. First it was Ochako, who approached timidly. Deku-kun, that was amazing. The way you spoke to Bakugo-kun, it was so kind. I just said what I needed to hear, Izuku replied. Even so, Ochako fidgeted with her fingers, her blush returning. You're really special, you know. Not just your quirk, but you. Before Izuku could respond, Momo approached. Midoriya-san, do you have time after class? I'd like to discuss your quirk further. Perhaps we could study together in the library. I'd love to, Momo-san. Momo's blush intensified at the use of her name. As he was leaving the locker room, Jiro stopped him in the hallway. Hey, Midoriya, she said, trying to sound casual but clearly nervous. Your fighting style was interesting. Not like the others who just rush in and attack. It was like, I don't know, music. Everything flowed. Izuku smiled. Reality has its own rhythm, Jiro-san. I just synchronized with it. Jiro blinked. That's profound. Then he shook his head. Anyway, it was great. That's all I wanted to say. He walked away quickly, his headphone plug swinging. That night, as Izuku walked back home, he found someone unexpected waiting for him. Midnight, the heroine teacher, was leaning against the wall near her room, dressed in casual clothes but still exuding sensuality. Midoriya-kun, he purred. I've been wanting to talk to you. Midnight-sensei, Izuku greeted politely. Is something wrong? Just curiosity. He moved closer, his eyes studying him intently. You're different from the other students. There's something about you that's intoxicating. Izuku smiled slightly. He could feel the attraction Midnight felt. It wasn't just physical. It was spiritual. Her essence as the creator of the tree of everything emanated a magnetism that drew souls in, especially those most sensitive to energy. Sensei, I am your student, Izuku reminded him gently. I know, Midnight sighed. But I can't help but wonder, what are you really? You're not just a kid with a powerful quirk. There's more to it than that, isn't there? Izuku looked into her eyes, and for a moment, allowed her a glimpse of his true nature. Midnight gasped, her legs trembling slightly. It was like gazing into infinity itself. Like witnessing the birth and death of the universe in a single instant. I'm someone who's living a story, Sensei, Izuku said gently. And you can be a part of it, if you choose to be. But all in good time. Midnight nodded slowly, still trembling from what she had seen. I understand, I think. Rest well, Sensei. Izuku bowed slightly and entered his room. Midnight stood in the hallway for several minutes, trying to process what he had just experienced. That boy is going to be my downfall, he thought, but not without a certain emotion. The days at UA continued with a routine that, for Izuku, was fascinating in its mundanity. Attending classes, taking notes, conversing with classmates during lunch, these simple experiences he had designed for humanity, he now lived directly. But today would be different. Attention, class, Aizawa announced in his usual monotone. Today we'll have rescue training at the Disaster Simulation Facility, also known as the USJ. 13, the rescue specialist hero, will be in charge. The students murmured with excitement. Real rescue training sounded thrilling. As the bus headed toward USJ, Izuku sat by the window. Ochako immediately took the seat next to him, with Tsuyu sitting across from them. Deku-kun, Ochako began, fidgeting with her fingers, I've been thinking about your quirk. It's so versatile. Is there anything you can't do? Izuku considered the question with a smile. Technically, no, but that would make things boring, wouldn't it? Life is more interesting with self-imposed limits. Midoriya-chan, Tsuyu interjected in her characteristically direct tone, you are very different from everyone else. Annoyance but in a good way. It's like you're more mature. I've had plenty of time to think, Izuku replied enigmatically. From the back seat, Momo listened to the conversation with interest. She had spent the last few nights researching theories of quantum physics and molecular manipulation, trying to understand even a fraction of how Izuku's power worked. But every equation she solved only generated more questions. Kirishima leaned forward from his seat. Hey, Midoriya, your power is super manly. When you transformed that robot into a garden, it was the most manly thing I've ever seen. Masculine isn't the word I would use, Kaminari commented with a laugh. It was more like magical. Like something out of a fairy tale. Fairy tales can be manly, Kirishima argued. Izuku smiled at the exchange. He had created these personalities, these patterns of human interaction, and now he was immersed in them. It was like observing his own work of art from the inside. The conversation stopped when Bakugo shouted from behind, you're all wasting your time analyzing Deku. Focus on being better yourselves. But even as he growled, Katsuki occasionally glanced at Izuku. Since their conversation during the test battle, something had changed. The fear was still there, but there was also curiosity. Reluctant respect. The disaster simulation facility was impressive even by UA standards. A huge dome containing different disaster zones. Flood, fire, landslide, blizzard, and more. 13. The space hero in the form of an astronaut, greeted them at the entrance. Welcome to USJ. Here you will learn the most important part of a hero's job, saving lives. As 13 explained the different zones, Izuku felt something. A change in the fabric of reality. A disturbance. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. In the center of the plaza, the air began to distort. A mass of dark, purple fog materialized, expanding until it formed a portal. And from that portal emerged figures. Dozens of them. Villains. What? Aizawa tensed immediately, his eyes scanning the situation. A man covered in severed hands walked to the front, nervously scratching his neck. Tamura Shigaraki. Behind him, a monstrous creature with an exposed brain loomed menacingly. The Nomu. 13. Protect the students, Aizawa ordered, lowering his protective goggles. This is real. They're villains. The students panicked. Some backed away, others froze. Izuku, however, simply observed with clinical interest. Ah, yes, the League of Villains. I had written this part of the story as well. Shigaraki, all for one's pupil. The Nomu, a modified being with multiple quirks. And Kurogiri, the mist villain who had transported them here. This is going to be educational, he thought. Listen, Iida shouted, his voice cutting through the panic. We need to evacuate. 13. Lead the way. But before they could move, Kurogiri teleported in front of them, his nebulous form blocking the exit. I'm afraid we can't allow that, he said in a polite but firm voice. We've come to kill All Might. And if you're here, you'll make excellent bait. The fog portal expanded, threatening to engulf all the students and scatter them across different areas of USJ. 13 extended her finger, preparing to use her black hole quirk. Izuku sighed softly. No, he said simply. Just one word, but it resonated with absolute power. Kurogiri's portal stopped. It literally froze in midair, the dark mist motionless like a photograph. Everyone turned to look at Izuku, who had taken a step forward, his hands still in his pockets. Midoriya, what did you do? Aizawa whispered. I stopped the teleportation, Izuku replied casually. I don't like it when my friends are separated. Kurogiri tried to move, tried to reactivate his quirk. Nothing worked. It was as if the very concept of teleportation had ceased to exist within a 100-meter radius of Izuku. What? Impossible. Kurogiri's voice rose in alarm. From the central plaza, Shigaraki watched with his red eyes squinting behind the hand that covered his face. Who is that brat? The Nomu growled, its bulging muscles tensing. Izuku started walking toward the stairs that led down to the central plaza. His classmates watched him with a mixture of amazement and concern. Deku-kun, what are you doing? Ochako called. I'm going to finish this, Izuku replied without looking back. Everyone, stay here, you'll be safe. Midoriya, wait. Aizawa started to move, but Izuku raised a hand. Golden roots sprouted gently from the ground, forming a protective barrier around their classmates and teachers. It wasn't threatening. The roots glowed with a warm light and emanated a sense of absolute safety. Trust me, sensei, Izuku said with a smile. This won't take long. As he descended the stairs, the aura around Izuku began to change. The air thickened. The temperature seemed to fluctuate. Small spatial distortions appeared and disappeared around his footsteps. The low-level villains who had been teleported began to feel a primal fear. It was as if something infinitely larger than themselves had just entered the room. Shigaraki laughed nervously, scratching his neck more intensely. Another hero in training who thinks he's strong. Nomu, crush him. The Nomu roared and launched itself at Izuku with superhuman speed. Its fists, capable of rivaling All Might at his peak, descended with devastating force. Izuku didn't even look up. The Nomu stopped, 1 centimeter away from Izuku, completely motionless, frozen in time and space. Interesting bioengineering, Izuku remarked, pacing around the frozen Nomu as if examining a sculpture in a museum. Multiple artificially implanted quirks, ultra-fast regeneration, shock absorption, enhanced strength. Pretty impressive by human standards. He touched the Nomu's arm with a finger. But not enough. The Nomu began to glow with emerald green light. Its grotesque form began to change. The bulging muscles softened, the grayish skin regained healthy tones, and the exposed brain was covered by new skin and hair. In a matter of seconds, the Nomu had been transformed. He was no longer a monstrous creature. He was a normal man, unconscious but alive, his human features restored, all the surgical modifications undone. I returned it to its original state, Izuku explained as the former Nomu gently fell to the ground. Before All for One turned it into a tool. From the entrance, the students of Class 1A watched with their mouths open. Did he just hear the Nomu? Momo murmured. Not just healed him, Todoroki said, his voice strained. He completely rewrote him, as if he'd never been a Nomu in the first place. Shigaraki took a step back, his confidence evaporating. What are you? Izuku finally looked directly at him. His green eyes shone with that cosmic glow that had appeared before, but this time it was more intense. Tamura Shigaraki, Izuku said, his voice resonating with impossible harmonies. All for One's pupil, Nana Shimura's grandson, a child who was broken and rebuilt as a weapon of hate. Shigaraki froze. How do you know that? I know everything about you, Tamura. I know about your family. I know about the day your quirk manifested. I know about every hand you bear. Your father, your mother, your sister, your grandparents. I know about your hatred, your pain, your need to destroy. Tears began to well up in Shigaraki's eyes behind the hand covering his face. Shut up. You don't know anything. I know everything, Izuku repeated gently, because I created the circumstances that allowed you to exist. And I feel sorry for the child you were, Tenko Shimura. The use of his real name caused Shigaraki to fall to his knees. Izuku approached, and with each step, more and more villains began to collapse, not from pain, but from peace. It was as if his mere presence was extinguishing the violence in their hearts. Tamura, I can see all the timelines. In some, you become the most dangerous villain in history. In others, you find redemption. In this timeline, Izuku knelt before him. I'm going to offer you a choice. What choice? Shigaraki hissed. Izuku extended his hand. I can erase your pain. I can heal the wounds All for One etched into your soul. I can restore the happy memories that were stolen from you. I won't make you good. That would take away your free will, but I can give you the mental clarity to choose who you want to be. Why would you do that? Because every soul deserves the opportunity to choose its own path. Even you. Shigaraki stared at Izuku's outstretched hand. His own quirk, decay, could disintegrate Izuku with a single touch. But something told him that wouldn't work. Nothing would work against this being. Who are you? He asked again, his voice breaking. Izuku smiled sadly. Someone who has seen too many tragedies in the worlds he created. And who is now trying to do something about it. Before Shigaraki could respond, the USJ door exploded. I am here. All Might had arrived, his muscular form radiating power as he assessed the scene with shocked eyes. I expected to find students in danger, villains attacking, total chaos. Instead, he found most of the villains unconscious or on their knees, crying. He found Izuku kneeling in front of Shigaraki, his hand still outstretched. He found the Nomu, or what had been the Nomu, now a normal human curled up in the fetal position. Young Midoriya. All Might slowly descended, confused. What happened here? Izuku stood up, brushing the dirt off his uniform knees. Hello, All Might. I was just having a conversation with these visitors about the consequences of their decisions. Kurogiri, freed from Izuku's control, immediately teleported toward Shigaraki. Tamura, we have to go. This kid is dangerous. Shigaraki stood up shakily, looking at Izuku with an expression that was half terror, half amazement. This isn't over, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. No, Izuku agreed, but when we meet again, I hope you'll have considered my offer. The fog portal engulfed them, taking Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and the remaining sentient villains with it. All Might rushed towards Izuku. Are you hurt? What about your classmates? Everyone's fine, sensei. I protected them. Aizawa ran down the stairs, followed by the students who could no longer contain themselves behind the root barrier that had now dissolved. Midoriya, Aizawa began, his voice tense, what the hell did you just do? I averted a tragedy, Izuku replied simply. And I planted a seed of doubt in a villain's heart. Hopefully, it will grow into something better. Ochako came running and, without thinking, hugged Izuku tightly. I was so worried. Momo, Jiro, Tsuyu, and others approached, all talking at once, asking if she was okay, commenting on how amazing it had been. All Might watched the scene with a complex expression. He knew Izuku was special, that he claimed to be the creator of everything. But to see him in action, to see how he had neutralized an S-rank threat with terrifying ease. It was a reminder that, no matter how powerful All Might was as the symbol of peace, Izuku Midoriya was something else entirely. Something beyond heroes and villains. Something beyond human understanding. That night, at an emergency meeting in Principal Nezu's office, the teachers discussed the incident. The fact that the villains breached our defenses is worrying, Nezu said, sipping his tea. But even more worrying is how Midoriya handled the situation. Worrying? Midnight asked. He saved everyone. No casualties, no serious injuries. I'd call it a resounding success. He transformed a Nomu back into a human, Aizawa said, his voice tense. He knew secrets about Shigaraki that even we didn't know. And, he paused, for a moment, when he came down those stairs, I felt something. Something that made every survival instinct in my body scream. All Might cleared his throat. Principal Nezu, I believe it's time everyone knew what Midoriya told me. During the next hour, All Might explained everything. Izuku's claim to be the creator of the Tree of Everything, his seemingly limitless power, his decision to experience life as a student. Silence filled the room when it was over. So, Present Mike said slowly, we basically have a god in our freshman class. Not a god, Nezu corrected. Something more. The very concept of a creator. And honestly, he took another sip of tea, it's fascinating. Terrifying, yes, but fascinating. What do we do? Vlad King asked. Do? Nezu smiled. We'll continue educating him, of course. He wants the experience of being a student. We'll give it to him. Besides, his eyes flashed with sharp intelligence, having someone like that on our side when all for one inevitably makes his move, could be the advantage we need. What if he decides he's not on our side? Aizawa asked. All Might shook his head. He won't. I've spoken with him enough to know that, no matter how powerful he is, he genuinely wants to help. He wants to be a hero. Not for glory or power. He already has that, but because he chose to. Midnight leaned back in his chair. An omnipotent being who chooses to be kind. Sounds like something out of a fairy tale. Perhaps, Nezu said, or perhaps it's just who Izuku Midoriya is. No matter where he comes from or what he is, he's proven to have a kind heart. That's enough for me. The meeting ended, but each professor left with their own thoughts about the green enigma that was their student. That night, Izuku was in his room at the UA dormitory. The dormitories had been implemented early due to the USJ incident, when he heard a knock on his door. She opened the door to find Ochako, Momo, Jiro, all in pajamas. Deku-kun, Ochako began timidly, we couldn't sleep. We keep thinking about what happened today. Can we talk? Izuku smiled and stepped aside. Of course, come in. They sat in various places in their room, Ochako on her bed, Momo in her desk chair, Jiro on the floor with cushions. Midoriya-san, Momo began, what you did today was extraordinary. But also terrifying. That level of power. Are you scared? Izuku asked gently. Not from you, Ochako said quickly. Never from you. But, it's a lot to take in. You're our classmate, but you're also something more. Something we don't fully understand. Izuku nodded. I understand. And you're right to feel that way. But let me be clear. No matter what else I am, right now, in this world, I'm your friend. I'm Izuku Midoriya, a student at UA, an aspiring hero. That's not a lie, but are you really? Jiro left the question unfinished. The creator of everything. Izuku smiled. Yes, but that doesn't make me any less human right now. I've chosen to experience humanity in its entirety. That means experiencing friendship, love, loss, victory, defeat, all of it. Why did you choose to be a student here? If you can do anything, why this? Because, Izuku leaned back against the wall, power without purpose is empty. I have existed for eons before time itself. I have created countless universes. But do you know what I've learned? The three girls shook their heads. The most meaningful moments aren't the grand acts of creation. They're the small moments of connection. A shared smile, a laugh, the warmth of friendship, first love. These are the things that give meaning to existence. Ochako felt tears welling up in her eyes. That's beautiful. Momo smiled gently. You're truly unique, Midoriya-san. Call me Izuku, please. All of you. They spent the rest of the night talking about their dreams, their fears, their hopes for the future. And as they talked, Izuku realized that this moment of genuine connection, was exactly what he had come to this world for. Not for power, not for glory, but not for this reason. For the warmth of friends gathered on a quiet night, sharing their hearts. And as the girls finally left, each gave her a hug, her blush visible even in the dim light. When the door closed, Izuku looked out the window at the stars. This world, he murmured, is going to be special. And somewhere, in a dark place beyond normal comprehension, all for one felt a chill run down his spine. Something had changed in the world. Something big. And for the first time in decades, Japan's most powerful villain felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Fear. The days after the USJ incident were unusually quiet at UA. The administration had tightened security, and the students of Class 1A had become something of minor celebrities after news of the attack leaked to the press. But for Izuku, the most interesting thing was not the media attention, but how his relationships with certain people began to evolve in ways that even he, with all his knowledge, found fascinating. The human experience of romantic affection was complex. Beautiful in its complexity. Moments with Ochako. It was early morning, and most of the students were still asleep. Izuku had gone for a walk around the UA gardens, enjoying the dew on the leaves and the birds singing at dawn. Deku-kun. He turned to find Ochako running towards him, dressed in athletic wear. Her brown hair bounced with every step, and her cheeks already had that characteristic blush that appeared every time she saw him. Ochako-san, good morning. Morning training. Yes, I'm trying to increase my weight limit. She stopped in front of him, slightly out of breath. And you, are you training too? Just enjoying the morning, Izuku replied with a smile. But if you'd like some company for your training, I'd be happy to join you. Ochako's face lit up. I would love to. While they trained together, Ochako making increasingly larger rocks float, Izuku watching and occasionally offering suggestions, they talked about everything and nothing. About their families, their dreams, their fears. My family doesn't have much money, Ochako confessed, floating a sizable boulder. That's why I want to be a hero. To help them financially. It's a noble goal, Izuku said. But what about you? What do you want for yourself, Ochako? She lowered the rock slowly, surprised by the question. No one had ever asked her that before. I don't know. I've never thought about that. Izuku approached, and with a gentle movement, touched her forehead with a finger. A warmth spread throughout Ochako's body, as if the morning sun had concentrated on that point of contact. It's okay to want to help others, she said gently. But it's also okay to want things for yourself. It's okay to be a little selfish sometimes. Happiness isn't a finite resource. You can find yours while helping others find theirs. Ochako felt tears welling up in her eyes. No one had ever given her permission to be selfish before. Everyone always assumed her sacrifice was beautiful, noble. But Izuku, he saw beyond that. Deku-kun, she began, but the words got stuck in her throat. Without thinking, she lunged forward and hugged him. Izuku, surprised for a moment, carefully returned the hug. Thank you, Ochako whispered against his chest. For seeing me, the real me. As he held her, Izuku felt something shift. Not in the universe, not in reality, but in his own heart. This affection he felt for Ochako, this tenderness, was different from the general warmth he felt for all his creations. It was specific, personal, special. So this is romantic love, he thought in amazement. Not just as a concept, but as a lived experience. When they finally separated, Ochako was completely red, her hands covering her face. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened to me. Izuku laughed softly, a sound that made Ochako's heart beat even faster. Don't apologize. Hugs are nice. Right. Ochako looked at it between her fingers. Especially from you. If that was possible, Ochako turned even redder. I could have sworn she was about to faint. An afternoon with Momo. That afternoon, Izuku met Momo Yaoyorozu at the UA library. They had established a routine of study sessions, although, studying, often turned into deep philosophical discussions about the nature of reality. So, Momo said, flipping through a book on quantum physics, if you really did create the fundamental laws of this universe, why did you choose these specific laws? Why does gravity work the way it does? Why does light have this speed? Izuku smiled. He loved these conversations with Momo. She had a brilliant mind that wasn't satisfied with simple answers. Because these laws create the perfect balance between order and chaos, he explained. Too orderly, and there's no room for evolution, for growth. Too chaotic, and nothing can exist stably. These specific laws allow complexity to emerge: stars, planets, life, consciousness. Momo was furiously taking notes, her expression adorably concentrated in her intensity. But that implies intentionality. You designed the universe so that life could arise. Of course, an empty universe is boring. Life, in all its forms, with all its struggles and triumphs, is the most interesting part of existence. Momo stopped writing and looked directly at him. Does that include us? Me? There was something about the way she asked, a vulnerability in her normally confident eyes, that made Izuku stop. Especially you, Momo. She lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing pink. Sometimes I wonder if we're real to you. If we're more than pieces on a cosmic chessboard. Izuku extended his hand on the table, palm up, an invitation, not a demand. After a moment of hesitation, Momo placed her hand in his. Momo, listen to me carefully, Izuku said, his voice filled with absolute sincerity. Yes, I created the conditions that allowed your existence. But you, your thoughts, your feelings, your dreams, those are entirely yours. I didn't write a script for your life. I didn't dictate who you would be. I gave you the tools to exist, but what you do with those tools, that's free will. Really, really. And every day, every conversation with you, you surprise me. You make me think about things in new ways. That wouldn't happen if you were just a chess piece. Momo felt something loosen in her chest, a knot of anxiety she hadn't known she'd been carrying. Her fingers intertwined with Izuku's. Izuku, she said softly, using his name without honorifics for the first time. There's something I've wanted to tell you. But before she could continue, her moment was interrupted by the arrival of other students in the library. Momo quickly withdrew her hand, her professional composure returning, but the heat in her cheeks remained. Later, he murmured. We'll talk later. Izuku nodded, but they both knew something had changed between them. A line had been crossed, silently but definitely. Melodies with Kyoka. That night, Izuku was walking through the dorm halls when he heard music. It wasn't the normal music of someone listening to a playlist, it was someone playing live, electric guitar with impressive skill. She followed the sound to one of the common rooms on the third floor. Through the half-open door, she saw Kyoka Jiro sitting with her guitar, her headphone jacks connected to an amplifier, completely lost in the music. He played something melancholic but beautiful, a melody that spoke of loneliness and longing. Izuku stood in the doorway, listening. He had created the concept of music, of course, the sound waves, the way certain frequencies resonated with the human soul. But to hear it like this, created with genuine emotion by someone so talented. He was different, he was special. When the song ended, Izuku clapped softly. Jiro jumped, turning around quickly. Midoriya, how long have you been there? Enough to listen to that beautiful piece, he replied, entering the room. Is it an original composition? Jiro nodded shyly, her cheeks flushed pink. Yes, just something I was working on. It's probably not very good. It's exceptional, Izuku interrupted firmly. The way you wove together the chord progressions, the emotion in every note, it speaks of a profound soul, Kyoka. The use of her name made Jiro blush even more deeply. Do you really think so? I would never lie about art, Izuku said, sitting down next to her. Music is one of humanity's purest creations. Its emotion transformed into physical form, into vibration. It's beautiful. Jiro looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite decipher. You talk about music as if it were, I don't know, sacred or something. For me, it is. Every form of human expression, art, music, literature, is sacred. They are the ways in which you give meaning to the chaos of existence. There was a moment of silence. Then, Jiro spoke in a low voice. Can I show you something else? Something I haven't shown anyone. It would be an honor. Jiro changed his amplifier settings and began to play another piece. This one was different, softer, more intimate, almost like a musical confession. And as he played, he began to sing. His voice was beautiful, filled with a raw emotion that made something in Izuku's chest clench. The song was about finding light in the darkness, about someone who makes you feel whole when you didn't even know you were broken. When it was over, there were tears in the corners of Jiro's eyes. That song, Izuku whispered, was about someone, wasn't it? Jiro nodded slowly, without looking at him. About someone who makes me feel seen. Who sees the art in me when everyone else only sees the combat quirk. Hear it. She finally looked at him, and was surprised to see the absolute tenderness in Izuku's eyes. You are extraordinary, not just your quirk, not just your music, you. The person you are, with all your insecurities and all your passion. That person is incredible. A tear rolled down Jiro's cheek. Why are you so, like this? As well as, perfect, kind, as if you really saw me. Izuku approached and gently wiped away the tear with his thumb. The touch sent an electric current through Jiro. Not literal, but emotional. I see you because you are worth seeing. And I'm not perfect, Kyoka. I'm just me. Jiro couldn't resist any longer. She leaned forward and, before he could think too much, pressed her lips against Izuku's. The kiss was soft, tentative, full of restrained emotion. Izuku, after a moment of surprise, gently returned the kiss, letting Jiro set the pace. When they separated, Jiro was completely red, her hands covering her mouth. I don't know what. I'm sorry. Izuku smiled tenderly. Don't apologize. It was beautiful. Like your music. Aren't you upset? Annoyed? Kyoka, I'm honored. Jiro looked at him with teary eyes. Izuku, I think I'm in love with you. The words came out in a whisper, a confession she had been holding back for weeks. Izuku hugged her gently. And I'm falling in love with you too. With your music, your passion, your beautiful soul. They stayed like that, embraced in the music room, while the night continued outside. A dangerous temptation. The next morning, Izuku was called to a teacher's office to discuss his progress. What he didn't expect was that it would be Midnight's office. He walked in to find her reclining at her desk in a way that was strategic. Her already revealing superhero costume seemed even more provocative in the confined space of the office. "Midoriya-kun," he purred. "Thank you for coming. Please close the door." Izuku closed the door, but remained close to her, aware of where this could lead. "Sensei, did you want to talk about my progress?" Among other things, Midnight rose from her desk and approached, her hips swaying. "I've been watching you, Izuku-kun. The way you handle power, the way you take care of your comrades, it's very mature for your age." "Thank you, Sensei. Call me Nimari when we're alone," she said, now dangerously close. "And don't thank me yet. You see, I have a question for you." "Yeah." Midnight looked him in the eyes, and for a moment, dropped her seductive persona. There was genuine vulnerability in her expression. "What am I to you, Izuku? I'm your teacher, I know. But when you look at me with those eyes that seem to see through time itself, what do you see?" Izuku considered the question carefully. He could sense the conflict within Nimari, her attraction to him battling against her sense of professionalism, her curiosity about his true nature fighting against her fear of the answer. "I see someone who uses seduction as armor," she finally said. "Someone who projects sexual confidence because she's learned it's easier to control how you're perceived than to let people see your true self. I see someone brilliant, strong, and more alone than she wants to admit." Midnight recoiled as if she'd been hit. "How? I know you, Nimari. Not just as a teacher, as a person. And you are beautiful, but not in the way you want people to think. You are beautiful in your compassion for your students, in your dedication to making the world a safer place, in the moments when you let your true self shine through acting." Tears, real, not performative, began to form in Midnight's eyes. "It's not fair," she whispered. "It's not fair that you're so young and see me so clearly." Izuku approached and took her hand. "Age is relative, Nimari. I have existed for eons. And in all that existence, I have learned that the heart does not recognize arbitrary barriers like numbers." "You're my student," Midnight said, but his voice lacked conviction. "This is inappropriate." "It is," Izuku agreed. "According to the social rules of this world. But tell me, Nimari, do rules matter to you when something feels real?" Midnight looked at him, her heart racing against her head. Finally, she leaned forward and pressed her forehead against his. "You're killing me, brat," he muttered. "Absolutely killing me." "That's not my intention," Izuku smiled gently. "But I also won't pretend I don't feel this connection with you. You're special to me, Nimari. And when the time is right, when the circumstances are appropriate, I'd like to explore what this could be." "The right moment. When I graduate," Izuku said simply. "When I'm no longer your student. Then, if you still want to, we can see where this leads." Midnight laughed through her tears. "You're asking me to wait. God, that's the cruelest and sweetest thing anyone has ever said to me." "Will you wait?" Midnight stepped back, wiping his eyes. His smile was genuine now, not his seductive hero's grin, but something real. "Yes, damn it, I'll wait. But it better be worth it, Izuku Midoriya." "It will be," he promised. "That I can guarantee." As Izuku left the office, Midnight slumped into her chair, her heart pounding wildly. "What's happening to me?" she thought. "How long have I been waiting for someone?" But deep down, she knew the answer. Ever since she had seen beyond the veil and understood that Izuku Midoriya wasn't just a student. It was something eternal, and it was worth waiting for eternity. The next day, during class with Aizawa, an important announcement was made. "The UA Sports Festival will be held in 2 weeks, Aizawa said in his usual monotone. "It's the biggest event of the year, broadcast nationwide. Professional heroes and recruiting agencies will be watching. Give it your all." The class erupted in excitement. For most of them, this was their chance to showcase their skills to the world. "Finally I can prove that I'm the best," Bakugo shouted. "It will be an excellent opportunity to demonstrate our heroic capabilities," Iida declared. Ochako looked at Izuku with determination. "I'm going to do my best, Deku-kun. Even if it means facing you." Izuku smiled. "I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Ochako." As the class continued discussing the sports festival, Izuku felt something, a tingling at the edge of his consciousness. A new presence was entering his orbit, someone who would soon become important in his story. Someone with bright blue hair and an energy that could rival the sun itself. He looked out the window toward the main building, where the junior students were having classes. Soon, she thought with a smile. Very soon, the sports festival was going to be more interesting than anyone could have anticipated. The 2 weeks leading up to the sports festival passed in a whirlwind of intense training. All of UA buzzed with anticipation, students preparing for their moment to shine, professors organizing events, and media outlets assembling their teams. For Izuku, however, there was something else in the air. He could feel it. Timelines converging toward a singular point, destinies intertwining in new and unexpected ways. And at the center of it all, him. The night before the festival. It was late, past midnight. Izuku was in one of UA's training gyms, not really training, he didn't need to, but meditating. Around him, small spheres of green light floated, each containing a miniature of a different galaxy, slowly rotating. Beautiful. Midnight's voice pulled him from his concentration. The spheres gently dissolved as he opened his eyes. Nimari Kayama stood at the entrance of the gym, but she wasn't wearing her hero costume. She was dressed casually. Tight jeans and a blouse that, while modest by her standards, still accentuated her curves. Her loose hair fell in waves over her shoulders. Nimari-sensei, Izuku greeted, standing up. It's late. Shouldn't you be resting? I couldn't sleep, she admitted, closing the door behind her. The click of the lock echoed in the empty gym. I keep thinking about us. About what you said. He approached slowly, each step deliberate. You said to wait. That when you graduated, we could explore this. Now she was standing right in front of him, so close that Izuku could feel the heat of her body. But Izuku, I can't wait that long. Nimari, no, she interrupted, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Listen to me, I've spent years building walls, keeping people at a distance with superficial seduction. But you saw through all of that in seconds. You saw me, Her hands rested on Izuku's chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart, a heart that, technically, didn't need to beat but did so anyway because he had chosen to experience every aspect of humanity. I've tried to be professional. I've tried to remind myself that you're my student, that there are rules, that this is wrong. Tears glistened in her eyes. But every day I see you, every time you speak with that ancient wisdom, every time you're kind when you could be indifferent. I fall a little more in love. Nimari, rules exist for a reason. To hell with the rules, she whispered fiercely. You're not a normal student. You're not a confused teenager. You're eternal. And I just want a moment of that eternity. Before Izuku could respond, Nimari closed the distance. The kiss was different from the soft, tentative kiss he'd shared with Kyoka. This one was passionate, desperate, filled with weeks of pent-up desire. Namori's hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer, as if afraid he'd vanish if she let go. After a moment of surprise, Izuku returned the kiss. His arms encircled Namori's waist, holding her as she practically melted against him. When they finally separated, both were breathless. Well, Nimari was breathless. Izuku technically didn't need to breathe, but the gesture had become habitual. Nimari, Izuku said softly, his forehead resting against hers, this complicates things. I know, she whispered. But I don't care. I can't pretend I don't feel this anymore. Izuku looked into her eyes. Those eyes that had seen so much in her career as a heroine, that had built walls to protect herself, that now looked at him with absolute vulnerability. Okay, he finally said. No more pretending, but we need to be careful. I don't want your career to suffer because of this. Nimari laughed softly, a laugh mingled with relief and something akin to joy. Always looking out for others. Even when someone's trying to seduce you. Especially then, Izuku smiled. Because the people I love deserve to be protected. The people you love, Nimari repeated, catching the plural. Izuku nodded honestly. My heart is vast, Nimari. I've created infinite universes. There's room within me to love in ways that ordinary humans might not understand. I won't lie to you. There are others who have captured my affection. Ochako, Momo, Kyoka, and now you. Instead of getting angry or jealous, Nimari smiled. A god with a harem. Sounds like something from ancient mythology. I'm not a god, Izuku gently corrected. I am the creator, Yes. But here, now, I am just Izuku. And my heart, though vast, is not indifferent. Every person I love is special, unique, irreplaceable. Nimari kissed him again, more gently this time. Then I suppose I'll have to share you. Though I won't be nice about it. I would expect nothing less. They stayed like that, embraced in the empty gymnasium, while the night continued outside. And somewhere in the building, Ochako, Momo, and Kyoka awoke simultaneously with the strange feeling that something important had just changed. Festival day, tomorrow. UA. Stadium was packed. Tens of thousands of spectators filled the seats, their voices creating a constant roar of excitement. Cameras from every major news station in Japan were strategically positioned, ready to capture every moment. In the locker rooms, the students of Class 1A were getting ready. Today's the day, Kirishima shouted, clenching his hardened fists. Let's show everyone how manly we are. Speak for yourself, Todoroki muttered, adjusting his sports uniform. Bakugo was unusually quiet, his eyes fixed on Izuku, who was sitting quietly in a corner, meditating. Since the USJ incident, something had changed in the way Bakugo saw Izuku. He was no longer just the useless Deku of his childhood. He was something more. Something that terrified and fascinated him in equal measure. Midoriya-san, Momo approached, dressed in her gym uniform. Are you ready? Izuku opened his eyes and smiled. Always. And you? Nervous, she admitted. This is such a big stage. The whole country will be watching us. Then let's give them a show they'll never forget. Izuku stood up and, not caring who was watching, took Momo's hand and kissed it gently. You're going to be amazing. Momo blushed deeply, aware of her classmates' stares. But she didn't withdraw her hand. Izuku, he whispered. Freshman. Present Mike's voice boomed through the loudspeakers. It's time. Take to the field. The opening ceremony. The stadium gates opened, and the freshmen marched onto the open field. The roar of the crowd was deafening. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival. Present Mike was in his element, his amplified voice booming throughout the stadium. The event where Japan's future heroes showcase their potential. And this year, we have a particularly special class, Class 1A, who survived an attack by real villains. The crowd erupted in applause. And now, the words of the first-year representative, Izuku Midoriya, who achieved first place in the entrance exam. Izuku stepped onto the podium as the crowd cheered. But in the upper stands, in the VIP section where the pro heroes and scouts sat, there were murmurs. Is that the boy from the garden? I heard he transformed a Nomu into a normal human. His power readings were literally incalculable. Izuku took the microphone. Instead of giving a standard motivational speech, he simply smiled. Today, he said, his clear voice echoing throughout the stadium, I will show you something you will never forget. Not just my fellow students, but all of Japan, every hero, every villain watching. He extended his hand towards the sky, and from his palm sprouted a single seed of green light. I will show them that true heroism is not just about power, but about using that power to inspire hope. The seed floated upward, rising higher and higher. When it reached the stadium's highest peak, it exploded, not with fire or force, but with life. Thousands of cherry blossoms materialized from thin air, their petals gently falling upon the entire audience. But these were no ordinary flowers. Each petal that touched someone instilled in them a sense of peace, pure joy, and renewed hope. The crowd gasped collectively. Children giggled as they caught petals. Adults who had come stressed from work felt their worries melt away. Even the most seasoned professional heroes felt tears welling up in their eyes at the sheer beauty of the moment. Incredible, Present Mike shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. I'm speechless. Midoriya just blessed the entire stadium with his quirk. In the broadcast booth, the reporters were going crazy. Are you getting this? Broadcast this live, now. Across Japan, millions watched their televisions as the broadcast showed the miracle of the cherry blossoms. In hospitals, sick patients felt their pain momentarily ease. In prisons, inmates felt something they hadn't felt in years, hope. In the teacher's lounge, Midnight watched with tears streaming down her cheeks. That's my Izuku, she whispered. Aizawa, standing next to her, looked at her with a raised eyebrow at my Izuku, but made no comment. All Might, in his skeletal form, watched in awe. Young Midoriya, you are showing the world what it means to be a true symbol. When Izuku stepped off the podium, his classmates looked at him with mixed expressions of amazement, admiration, and for some, Ochako, Momo, Kyoka, something deeper. That was beautiful, Deku-kun, Ochako whispered, briefly taking his hand. I was just being honest, Izuku replied with a smile. The first test. Obstacle course. The first event is a 4-kilometer obstacle course around the stadium. Announced Present Mike. Anything goes as long as you stay on course. Now, on your marks. Students from all grades lined up, more than 100 competitors in total. Begin. The exit funnel erupted into instant chaos. Todoroki immediately froze the ground, trapping dozens of competitors. Bakugo flew above them with his blasts. Others used their quirks in creative ways to avoid the ice. Izuku was simply walking. He wasn't running. He wasn't using any visible power. He was just walking with his hands in his pockets, as if he were taking a casual stroll in the park. But with each step, the world bent to his will. Obstacles parted. Todoroki's ice melted into a perfect path before him. 0-point robots, the same ones from the entrance exam, bowed as if kneeling before royalty as he passed. What's going on? Present Mike shouted. Midoriya isn't running, but he's moving faster than everyone else. It's like the course itself is helping him. In the stands, the professional heroes leaned forward. That level of control, Endeavor murmured, his eyes narrowed. It's not possible. Beside him, a rabbit-like hero, Mirko, laughed. Impossible or not, it's happening. That kid's something special. In the third-year student section, a girl with bright blue hair and eyes that seemed to hold all the curiosity in the universe stood up, leaning over the railing. Wow, that's incredible. Najire Hato, a member of the UA Big Three, was practically trembling with excitement. Yu Tamaki, look at that first year. He's amazing. Yu Haya sighed. Najire, everyone's looking at him. Tamaki Imajiki shrank further in his seat, but even he was watching with interest. Najire, however, couldn't take her eyes off Izuku. There was something about him, something that made her quirk, float, react in strange ways. It was as if he were a gravitational magnet, drawing her in without even trying. I have to meet him, she decided. After the festival, I definitely have to meet him. Back in the race, Izuku had reached the final obstacle, a landmine field. Explosions were going off all around as the students tried to navigate carefully. Izuku simply extended his hand. All the mines rose from the ground simultaneously, floating in the air like suspended stars. Then, in a coordinated light and sound show, they all exploded at once, but instead of fire and destruction, each explosion transformed into a burst of different colored flowers, creating a literal rainbow above the stadium. The crowd erupted in deafening applause. Izuku crossed the finish line in first place, without a drop of sweat, without even being out of breath. Izuku Midoriya finishes in first place. Present Mike shouted, and he did it with style. That was art. That was heroism. That was incredible. Najire finished from the stands, her eyes shining with absolute admiration. Across Japan, phones were buzzing. Social media was exploding. #Midoriya Miracle was trending within minutes. In the news offices, I need everything about that boy. I want his life story for tonight's newscast. Did you see that? He turned landmines into flowers. Flowers. This isn't just a promising student. This is a phenomenon. And as Izuku stood at the finish line, patiently waiting for his teammates to finish, he couldn't help but smile. The world was watching now. And this was only the beginning. The next to cross the finish line were Todoroki, Bakugo, and surprisingly, Ochako, who had used her gravity quirk in increasingly creative ways, floating over obstacles and using debris as platforms. When she saw Izuku waiting, her face lit up and she ran towards him, forgetting for a moment that thousands of people were watching. Deku-kun, you did it. Well, obviously you did it, you're amazing, but... She stopped, realizing she was rambling, her cheeks flushing intensely. Izuku smiled tenderly and, before the eyes of all of Japan, took her hand and gently kissed her forehead. You were amazing too, Ochako. Third place every year, you should be proud. The stadium practically erupted in cheers. The cameras zoomed in on the moment, capturing the expression of pure joy on Ochako's face. In the VIP locker room, Midnight gripped her seat so tightly it left marks. She wasn't jealous. She'd accepted that Izuku's heart was vast, but that didn't mean she enjoyed seeing others receive his affection so publicly. Ready, she reminded herself. Soon it will be my turn. Momo came in 5th place, using her creation to make a motorized vehicle at the midpoint. When she saw Izuku, her serious expression softened into a genuine smile. Kyoka finished in 10th place, using her headphone jacks to detect obstacles before encountering them. As she crossed the finish line, she immediately searched for Izuku with her eyes, and when their gazes met, she smiled, small and private but genuine. All right, Present Mike was practically shouting. The top 42 will advance to the next round, the cavalry battle. Teams of up to 4 people will wear headbands with points based on their finishing position. But here's the catch. Midoriya's first place finish is worth 10 million points. The crowd gasped. All eyes turned to Izuku. Well, Izuku murmured with amusement, this will be interesting. During the 15-minute break for forming teams, Izuku was immediately surrounded. Deku-kun, team up with me. Ochako practically jumped for joy. Midoriya-san, my creation would be a strategic asset, Momo said, trying to sound professional but with an obvious blush. Hey, Midoriya, Kyoka approached, touching his arm. You know my sound quirk can detect other equipment. That would be useful. Before Izuku could respond, a different voice interrupted. Excuse me, sorry, make way. The crowd parted to reveal a girl with bright, wavy blue hair, large, sparkling blue eyes, and a smile that could light up entire cities. She was wearing the UA third-year uniform. Nejire Hado, one of the big 3, made her way to stand in front of Izuku. Hi, I'm Nejire Hado, a third-year student. I saw your run and it was amazing. The flowers, the mines, everything. How did you do it? Is your quirk flower creation? Or reality manipulation? Can you make other things besides flowers? How big can it get? What's your limit? Oh, and why is your hair green? Is it natural? It's so cute. Do you have a girlfriend? Not that it matters for the questions about your quirk, but I'm curious. Do you like takoyaki? I love it. And, Nejire, a tired voice interrupted. Yu Haya, another third-year student, had followed her friend. Breathe, you're overwhelming him. But Izuku was smiling, a genuine smile of amusement. Nejire's energy was refreshing, like a hurricane of pure positivity. Hello, Nejire-senpai, he said, and the way he said her name, with genuine warmth, made something flutter in Nejire's chest. To answer your questions in order. It's complicated, not exactly, yes, infinite in theory, there's no real limit, yes, it's natural, thank you, undecided yet, and I really like takoyaki. Nejire blinked, then her eyes lit up even more, if that was possible. You answered all of them. Nobody ever answers all my questions. People usually get lost after the third one. You're amazing. You're officially my favorite freshman. Can we be friends? Say yes, please. There was something about her enthusiasm that was completely genuine, unpretentious, with no hidden agenda. Just pure curiosity and a desire to connect. Izuku extended his hand. I'd love to be your friend, Nejire-senpai. Nejire didn't shake his hand. She hugged him tightly, lifting him off the ground and spinning him around. Yay, I have an amazing new friend. Just wait until I tell Tamaki. Well, he'll probably hide in a corner because he's shy, but he'll still be happy for me. When he finally put it down, Izuku noticed that Ochako, Momo, and Kyoka were looking at him with expressions that ranged from amusement to something resembling jealousy. Nejire seemed to notice as well. Oh, are you friends with Midoriya-kun? Hello, I'm Nejire. You're all amazing too. I saw how you all overcame the obstacles. Especially you. She pointed at Ochako. Your use of gravity was super clever. And you. Now to Momo, creating a vehicle mid-race. Awesome. And you with sound. I love music too. Do you play any instruments? His enthusiasm was so genuine, so warm, that it was impossible not to smile. Thank you, senpai, Ochako managed to say. Nejire, you sighed, you're supposed to be resting up for your own cavalry battle. Oh, right, Nejire turned to Izuku once more. Good luck, Midoriya-kun. But not too much, because my team is going to win. But I still hope you do something amazing because I know you will. See you later. He flew away, literally, using his float quirk to rise above the crowd. There was a moment of silence. Then Kyoka spoke. That was intense. She's very energetic, Momo agreed. Ochako frowned slightly. Why do I feel like she's just become competition? Izuku chuckled softly. Nejire is special. Her energy is pure. Like sunlight condensed into human form. You talk about her as if you're already in love, Kyoka murmured, though without any real resentment in her voice. Not in love, Izuku corrected. Yet, but intrigued. Definitely intrigued. The three girls exchanged glances. This was going to be more complicated than they thought. Anyway, Izuku returned to the matter at hand. Shall we team up? Ochako, Momo, Kyoka, I think together we'll be unstoppable. Yes, the three of them answered in unison. The teams were formed. Izuku was the rider, with Ochako, Momo, and Kyoka as his horses. Ochako would use her gravity to make them lighter and more mobile. Momo would create defenses and tools as needed. Kyoka would use her sound to detect incoming attacks. Begin. Chaos erupted instantly. Teams rushed towards Izuku, desperate to get their hands on the 10 million point headband. Todoroki's team attacked first, a massive wall of ice intended to immobilize them. Izuku didn't even lift a hand. The ice simply stopped a meter away from them, hovering in the air before transforming into beautiful crystal sculptures that refracted the light in rainbow patterns. Beautiful. Present Mike shouted. Midoriya turned an attack into art. This isn't just a battle, it's an exhibition. Bakugo's team launched themselves from above with explosions. This time, Izuku raised his hand. The explosions froze in midair, literal balls of fire and power suspended in time. Then, gently, he redirected them upward, where they exploded in the sky like fireworks, forming the word, hope, in glowing kanji. The crowd roared with approval. This is incredible. In the news booth, reporters typed frantically. We need this on the front page. Now, all across Japan, people stopped what they were doing to watch. In offices, factories, homes, everyone watched as this freshman redefined what it meant to be powerful. Not with violence, with beauty, with hope. Team after team attacked, and each time, Izuku transformed his attacks into something beautiful. Water attacks became ice sculptures. Fire attacks became phoenixes soaring above the stadium. Rock attacks became floating gardens. But it wasn't just about showmanship. Izuku made sure to protect his team, to make them shine too. When one team got too close, Ochako used her gravity enhanced by Izuku. He had touched her hand and temporarily amplified her quirk, to send them gently floating upwards. When they needed defense, Momo created shields, but Izuku improved them, making them shine with patterns that distracted and disoriented. When Kyoka detected an attack from behind, her sound quirk was amplified by Izuku, allowing her to create sonic waves that didn't hurt but gently pushed opponents back. They're working in perfect harmony, Aizawa observed from the commentary booth. Midoriya isn't just using his power, he's elevating his team. In the third-year stands, Nejire watched with shining eyes. It's incredible, he whispered to Yuyu. He's not just strong, he makes everyone around him better. That's what it means to be a true hero. Yuyu looked at her friend with concern. She knew that look in Nejire's eyes. It was the same look she had when she became obsessed with something. Oh no, Yuyu thought. She's falling in love. With 1 minute remaining, all the teams made their final move. It was a coordinated assault, everyone against Izuku's team. Ice from Todoroki, explosions from Bakugo, elemental attacks from other teams. It was a bombardment from all sides. The stadium collectively held its breath. Izuku closed his eyes. When he opened them, they shone with that impossible emerald green that contained galaxies. Enough of this game, he said softly, his voice echoing through the stadium even though he wasn't shouting. Let me show you something truly special. He raised both hands to the sky, and the world changed. The stadium floor sprang to life. In seconds, an entire forest grew. Cherry trees, oaks, pines, each full-sized, each perfect. Their roots formed elevated walkways. Their branches created platforms. Flowers of every imaginable color bloomed simultaneously. Birds appeared, not created by Izuku but attracted by the sudden explosion of life, filling the air with their songs. A stream appeared, flowing in an upward spiral defying gravity, its crystal-clear water forming liquid bridges. And at the center of it all, standing on a platform of intertwined golden roots, were Izuku and his team, completely untouched. All the attacks had been absorbed by the forest, transformed into more life, more beauty. The stadium was completely silent. Then someone started clapping, then another, and another. Within seconds, 50,000 people were on their feet, applauding, some openly weeping at the sheer beauty of what they had witnessed. Time. Present Mike's voice cracked with emotion. And the winner is, of course, Team Midoriya. But more than that, I think we're all winners today. Look at this. An entire forest. In the stadium. He couldn't finish. Even Present Mike, the master of commentary, was speechless. In the press booth, reporters were frantically typing. Miracle at UA. Student creates forest instantly. Izuku Midoriya. The most powerful hero in history. Heroism redefined. Power is art. Across Japan, the country had come to a standstill. In hospitals, doctors and patients watched the screens in awe. In schools, classes were cancelled as everyone watched. In the streets, crowds gathered around the giant screens. And in the VIP section, the professional heroes exchanged glances. That boy, Endeavor said slowly, is dangerous. Dangerous. Mirko laughed. He's a damn national treasure. Look at the crowd. He's inspiring them. All Might, watching from the shadows, smiled with pride and something akin to relief. Joven Midoriya thought, you're showing the world that power doesn't have to be scary. It can be beautiful. It can give hope. Midnight, still in his seat, had tears streaming down his cheeks. Not from sadness, but from overwhelming pride. That's the man I love, he thought. God, I really can't wait 3 more years. During the break before the one-on-one battles, Izuku was literally mobbed by reporters. UA security could barely contain them. Midoriya-san. For Tokyo News. How did you discover your quirk? Midoriya-kun. Hero Monthly Magazine. Would you consider an exclusive interview? Social media is exploding. You're trending worldwide. Any comments? Izuku, overwhelmed but polite, raised a hand. The gesture was small, but something about it made everyone fall silent instantly. I'm just a student, he said with genuine sincerity. Trying to learn how to be a hero. If what I did today inspired someone, then I'm happy. But I'm not special. I'm just using what I've been given in the best way I know how. This humble response only made them love him more. Midoriya-kun. Nejire made her way through the crowd, literally, using her quirk to float above people's heads. That was amazing. The forest, the trees, the flowers, everything. How did it feel? Was it difficult? Can you do it again? Can you make other ecosystems? How about an ocean? Or a desert? Oh, can you create animals too, or just plants? And, Nejire. Izuku laughed, breathed. Nejire stopped, blinked, and then laughed too. You're right, I get too excited, but it's because you're fascinating. He took her hand. A completely innocent gesture to her, but the cameras captured it all. After the festival, Nejire said with sudden seriousness, can we talk? Really talk, I mean. About your quirk, about heroism, about everything. Izuku felt something when he looked into her eyes. It wasn't just curiosity, there was something deeper there. A longing for connection, for understanding. I'd love to, Nejire-senpai. The smile she gave him could have lit up all of Japan. The one-on-one battles were, for the most part, spectacular. Todoroki vs. Shiro resulted in a massive glacier. Bakugo vs. Uraraka was a battle of wills, Ochako fighting bravely but ultimately succumbing to Bakugo's explosive power. When it was Izuku's turn, he faced Hitoshi Shinso, the boy with the brainwashing quirk. If you answer, Shinso warned, I win. Automatically. Izuku simply smiled. The battle began, but Izuku didn't speak. He didn't move either. Shinso tried to provoke him. What's wrong? Is the great Midoriya scared? Nothing. You're pathetic. All that power and you can't even speak. Izuku raised a hand and wrote something in the air with green light. The words floated, glowing. Your quirk is incredible, It could make you an excellent hero in hostage rescue or negotiation. Don't let others tell you otherwise. Shinso froze. No one had ever said anything like that about his quirk. They always called him a villain, evil. Why? He began to ask, but stopped, realizing that if Izuku answered, he would control him. Izuku wrote again, because you deserve to hear it. Now, let me show you something. He raised his other hand, and the battle ring transformed. Not into a forest this time, into a mirror. A giant mirror showed Shinso not as he was now, but as he could be. A pro hero, using his quirk to save lives, respected and admired. Tears streamed down Shinso's face. Then, voluntarily, he left the ring. I give up, she said, her voice breaking. I can't fight someone who looks at me like this. The crowd erupted in applause, though they were confused. Present Mike tried to explain. Midoriya wins because of compassion. Because he shows his opponent his own potential. There are no words. In the stands, Nejire was openly crying. It's perfect, she whispered. Completely perfect. Yu placed a hand on her shoulder. Nejire, you're in love with him, aren't you? Nejire nodded, making no attempt to deny it. Completely, irrevocably. How could I not be? The battles continued. Momo defeated Tokiyami with a brilliant strategy. Kyoka defeated Kaminari after he clumsily overpowered himself. Ochako fought bravely against Iida but lost by mere centimeters. And then came the final. Izuku Midoriya vs. Shoto Todoroki. The stadium was completely silent as the two faced off in the ring. Todoroki, his ice half already activated, stared at Izuku with a complex expression. Midoriya, Todoroki began, his voice tense, I've seen what you can do. I know you're different, stronger than anyone, but I need to ask you something. Izuku waited patiently. Fight me with everything you've got. Hold nothing back, because I need to prove something, that I can win without using the power of Hei. Todoroki's right half, his fire side, remained inactive. Izuku sighed softly. He could see the wounds in Todoroki's soul, the scars left by an abusive father, the trauma of a broken mother. Shoto, Izuku said, using his first name, can I tell you a story before we begin? Todoroki blinked, surprised. What? A story about a tree? Izuku raised his hand, and a holographic miniature of the tree of everything appeared floating between them. This tree has two kinds of roots. Some plunge deep into the earth, drawing nutrients from the darkness. Others spread horizontally, connecting with other trees. The hologram expanded, showing the root system in detail. If the tree rejected the deep roots because they came from darkness, it would die. If it rejected the horizontal roots because they are different, it would be alone. But when it accepts both, when it uses all it has, it flourishes. Izuku touched Todoroki's chest, right over his heart. Your fire isn't from your father, Shoto. It's yours. Your ice isn't just from your mother. It's yours. They're both parts of you, and to reject one half is to reject yourself. Tears began to well up in Todoroki's eyes. In his 15 years of life, no one had ever put into words what he had been struggling to understand. But my father, he created me for this. To overcome it, if I use his power. It's not his power, Izuku interrupted firmly. It's yours. Your father may have influenced how you were born, but he doesn't define who you are. You define who you are. And if you choose to use your fire, it's not because he ordered you to, it's because you decided you wanted to be whole. The miniature tree of everything shone more brightly. Shoto Todoroki, allow yourself to bloom. Izuku extended his hand, and a warmth spread through Todoroki's body. It wasn't physical, it was something deeper. As if decades of trauma were melting away, as if invisible shackles were breaking. And then, for the first time since he was a child, Todoroki allowed the flames to erupt from his left side. Not with hatred, not with resentment, but with acceptance. The stadium erupted in cheers. Todoroki is using both quirks. Present Mike was practically jumping for joy in his booth. After years of refusing, Midoriya convinced him in less than 3 minutes. In the VIP section, Endeavor stood up, his eyes wide with shock and something akin to hope. All Might smiled with tears in his eyes. Young Midoriya, you're not just creating a hero. You're healing a soul. Thank you, Todoroki whispered, the flames and ice dancing around him in perfect harmony. Now, show me your true power. Izuku smiled. As you wish. What followed was not so much a battle as a symphony of power. Todoroki unleashed his strongest attack, a massive wall of ice immediately followed by a tornado of fire. The two elements merged into an attack of cataclysmic proportions. Izuku raised both hands. The attack stopped a meter away from him, frozen in time. Then, he began to transform. The ice turned to crystal, reacting to the sunlight in thousands of prisms. The fire became a phoenix, birds made of pure flame that flew in formation around the stadium, leaving trails of golden sparks. Beautiful, someone shouted in the crowd. But Todoroki didn't stop. He launched attack after attack, pushing himself beyond his limits, and each time, Izuku transformed destruction into art. A glacier became a sculpture of Class 1A. An explosion of fire turned into a garden of burning roses that did not burn but gently warmed. The final combination, simultaneous ice and fire, transformed into a dragon made of crystallized steam, so large that its shadow covered the entire stadium, so beautiful that people cried just looking at it. And then, with a final gesture from Izuku, the dragon exploded into millions of snowflakes that gently fell upon the entire audience. But these weren't ordinary snowflakes. Each one contained a different image of Todoroki smiling, using both powers, happy. Todoroki fell to his knees, exhausted but with an expression of absolute peace on his face. I give up, he said with a genuine smile. I can't compete with someone who turns every battle into a life lesson. Izuku walked over to him and offered his hand. It wasn't a battle, Shoto. It was a liberation. When Todoroki took her hand, she felt something shift inside her. The final chains of her trauma were broken. For the first time, she felt truly free. Izuku Midoriya wins the UA Sports Festival. Present Mike was openly crying now. But we're all winners today. All of US. The ovation was deafening. 50,000 people stood, applauding until their hands hurt. All Might, in his muscular form, presided over the awards ceremony. The podium had been specially decorated. Third place for Iida and Tokiyami, tied, second place for Todoroki, and first place. When Izuku climbed to the top of the podium, something extraordinary happened. Flowers began to bloom spontaneously around the stadium. Not by Izuku's command, simply in response to his presence, to the pure joy and hope that emanated from him. All Might placed the gold medal around Izuku's neck. Young Midoriya, All Might said, his voice low enough for only Izuku to hear, today you didn't just win a festival. You changed hearts. You healed souls. You showed the world what it means to be a true hero. I only showed what was already there, All Might Sensei, Izuku replied. Shoto's potential, Shinso's hope, Ochako's courage, I just made it visible. All Might smiled and turned to face the crowd. This year, UA has witnessed something unprecedented. Not just power, but compassion. Not just strength, but hope. Young Midoriya, you embody the future of heroism. The crowd roared their approval. At that moment, throughout Japan, newspapers were preparing special editions with Izuku on the front page. Social media was flooded with hashtag Midoriya Miracle, hashtag Hero of Hope, hashtag Creator of Beauty. Hero agencies were calling UA desperately trying to recruit Izuku for internships. The children in hospitals smiled, inspired by the hero who turned violence into flowers. Even some villains, watching from the shadows, felt something they hadn't felt in years, the desire to be better. And in a dark lair, All for One watched the broadcast with squinty eyes. Interesting, he murmured. Very interesting. This boy, is he a threat? Or an opportunity? The locker rooms after the festival were a scene of celebratory chaos. Students congratulated each other, teachers beamed with pride, and families reunited with their children. Izuku was immediately surrounded by his class. Deku-kun. That was amazing. Ochako hugged him without thinking, her usual blush intensified by adrenaline and excitement. Midoriya-san, Momo approached more reservedly, but with tears in her eyes. What you did for Todoroki-san was beautiful. You saw what he needed and gave it to him. Kyoka simply gave him a light punch on the shoulder. You're a damn fairy tale, you know. Turning everything into happily ever after. Todoroki approached, his father Endeavor behind him. For the first time, Endeavor's expression wasn't one of arrogant pride, but something more, humble. Midoriya, Endeavor said in a tense voice, my son has told me that you helped him accept both sides of his power. He did it himself, Izuku corrected. I only showed him what he already knew in his heart. Endeavor seemed to be struggling with something internally. Finally, he did something that surprised everyone, he bowed slightly. Thank you for giving my son what I couldn't. It was the closest thing to an apology that Endeavor had ever made. Before Izuku could answer, an excited voice interrupted. Midoriya-kun. Nejire appeared, this time with Tamaki Imajiki and Mirio Tagata, the other two of the big three, following her. You officially have to meet with us now. You won everything. You're like a legendary hero. But you're also real. How does that work? Is your quirk turning reality into legends? Or legends into reality? Oh, can you create real dragons? Because that steam dragon was amazing, but I wonder if... Nejire. Mirio laughed, placing a hand on her shoulder, breathe. Hey, I'm Mirio Tagata, this is Tamaki Imajiki. Your performance today was, well, amazing, doesn't do it justice. Tamaki, staring at the wall instead of Izuku, murmured, it was inspiring. I wish I could disappear into the ground, but also admire your power. It means he liked you, Nejire translated cheerfully. Tamaki just wants to disappear around people he likes. Izuku smiled at the three of them. He could feel their dynamic. Mirio the unwavering optimist, Tamaki the anxious but deeply empathetic one, and Nejire curiosity incarnate. It's an honor to meet the big three, Izuku said sincerely. The honor is ours. Nejire practically jumped for joy. Hey, you said we could talk later. Can I still, please? I have like 1,000,000 questions. Maybe 2,000,000. I don't know, I lost count. I'd love to talk to you, Nejire-senpai, Izuku replied. How about in an hour? On the rooftop of the main building. Nejire's eyes sparkled like stars. Yes, 1 hour. I'll be there. Don't be late, although I know you won't be because you seem super punctual. As the big three walked away, Ochako looked at Izuku with an expression she couldn't quite decipher. Deku-kun, you really seem to like that senpai. It's fascinating, Izuku admitted honestly. Her energy is like pure light. It's hard not to be drawn to it. Momo and Kyoka exchanged glances. This was definitely getting complicated. Izuku was heading to the showers when a hand grabbed him and pulled him into an empty classroom. The door slammed shut and locked. Midnight was there, still in her hero costume, but with an expression on her face that Izuku had never seen before, vulnerable, desperate, hungry. Nimari-sensei. What? He couldn't finish. Midnight pushed him against the wall, his body pressed against his hands on his chest. I can't, she whispered, her voice breaking. I can't wait 3 years, Izuku. Today, seeing you out there, being so incredible, so perfect, healing souls with just words. I realized I can't pretend I don't need you. Nimari, I know it's wrong. I know there are rules. I know I'm your teacher. Tears streamed down her cheeks. But damn it, Izuku, you're killing me. Every day I see you, every time you're kind to someone, every time you show that impossible wisdom. I fall more deeply in love. Her hands trembled as she caressed his face. Just give me this. Just for a moment, please. Izuku could see her pain, her need, her genuine love mixed with desperation. He could stop her, he should stop her. But looking into her eyes, seeing the naked soul of this woman who had spent years hiding behind superficial seduction. Okay, she whispered, and he kissed her. It wasn't like the tentative kisses with Kyoka or the sweet moments with Ochako. This was passionate, desperate, filled with weeks of pent-up desire on both sides. Midnight's hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer, as if she wanted to merge with him. Her lips moved against his with a hunger that bordered on madness. Izuku responded with equal intensity, his hands on her waist, holding her as she practically melted against him. When they finally separated, both were breathless. Midnight rested her forehead against his, tears still falling. God, she gasped, you're perfect. Absolutely perfect. I'm not, Izuku replied gently. But for you, I want to try to be. Midnight laughed through his tears. How can you say you're not perfect when you say things like that? There was a knock on the door. They both froze. Sensei. It was Momo's voice. Are you there? Someone said they saw Midoriya-san come in here. Midnight and Izuku stared at each other. Panic flashed in Midnight's eyes. Izuku placed a finger to his lips, then raised his hand. The space around him distorted slightly. He had created a field of silence and temporary invisibility around Midnight. Then he opened the door, appearing completely normal. Yaoyorozu-san, what's wrong? Momo looked behind him toward the classroom, but with Izuku's field active, he couldn't see or hear Midnight. I thought I heard voices. Are you okay? Perfectly fine, Izuku smiled. I was just taking a quiet moment to process the day. It's been intense. Momo studied him for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Well, don't forget you promised to talk to Hado-senpai in an hour. I won't forget it. Thank you, Momo. When Momo left, Izuku closed the door and released the field. Midnight reappeared, smiling with relief. That was close. Too close, Izuku agreed. Nimari, we need to be more careful. I know. She straightened her suit, restoring her professional composure. But before leaving, she kissed him once more, softer, more tenderly. Thank you for giving me this, for seeing me, always, Izuku promised. Midnight left, leaving only a trace of her perfume and the ghost of her touch. Izuku leaned against the wall, processing. His heart, that heart he had created to experience humanity, was beating rapidly. Love was complicated, beautiful, but complicated, and it was only getting more complicated. An hour later, Izuku climbed to the rooftop of the main building. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Nejire was already there, sitting on the edge with her legs dangling, watching the sunset. Her blue hair shimmered in the golden light. Punctual, he said without turning around. I knew it. Izuku sat down next to her. For a moment, they simply watched the sun together in silence. Today was incredible, Nejire finally said, her voice unusually soft. But also eye-opening. How revealing. He turned to look at him, and in his eyes, Izuku saw something he hadn't seen before, seriousness. A depth beyond his usual enthusiasm. You're different, Midoriya-kun. Not just your power, though that's obviously incredible, but the way you see people. The way you see through of people. She stopped, gathering her courage. When you look at me, what do you see? Izuku considered the question carefully. He looked at Nejire. He really looked at her. I see someone whose curiosity is both her greatest strength and her greatest vulnerability, she finally said. Someone who asks 1,000 questions because if she keeps asking, she never has to face the answers that frighten her. Someone who shines so brightly that people assume she has no inner darkness. Nejire gasped softly. How? But I also see, Izuku continued gently, someone with such a big heart that she wants to understand the entire universe because she genuinely cares. Someone whose enthusiasm isn't an act but a choice, choosing joy even when it's difficult. Someone beautiful, not just on the outside, but on the inside. Tears began to well up in Nejire's eyes. No one has ever seen me like this. Izuku took her hand. Then they weren't looking closely enough. Nejire laughed through her tears. You're dangerous, you know. You go around telling people exactly what they need to hear. It's like your secret superpower. It's no secret, Izuku smiled. And it's not a power. It's just caring. Nejire stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly and deliberately, she leaned forward. The kiss was unlike any Izuku had ever experienced. Not desperate like with Midnight. Not shy like with Kyoka. But curious, exploratory, as if Nejire were asking a question with her lips and waiting for his answer. Izuku responded gently, letting her set the pace. When they parted, Nejire was smiling, a different smile than her usual explosive joy. This was softer, more intimate. You know what's funny, he said. I've spent my whole life asking questions. But with you, I finally feel like I can find answers. And what answers have you found? Nejire snuggled against his shoulder, gazing at the sunset. That I'm falling in love with you. Completely, irrevocably, and surprisingly, it doesn't scare me. Izuku hugged her. I'm falling in love with you too, Nejire. With your curiosity, your light, the way you make the world seem brighter just by existing in it. They stayed like that as the sun set, two souls connecting on the rooftop while the world continued to spin below them. That night, headlines across Japan read, "Miracle Hero. UA. Student redefines power. Izuku Midoriya, the creator of Hope. Sports festival breaks audience records." The whole country watched the hero of the flowers. In the common room of the Class 1A dormitories, the students watched the news in amazement. I decided to move the dormitories forward since it's very useful for keeping everyone closer together. Of course, it doesn't affect the story at all. "Deku is literally on every channel," exclaimed Ochako. "Social media is exploding," Momo reported, looking at her phone. "There are petitions for her to skip years, to turn pro immediately." TCH, Bakugo sat in a corner, but even he was looking at the screens. All that fuss about making flowers. But even as he grunted, there was reluctant respect in his voice. Todoroki, sitting nearby, touched his left side, his fire side, with newfound appreciation. "Midoriya didn't just change the world today," he said softly. "He changed me." Upstairs in his room, Izuku watched the stars through his window. His phone was constantly buzzing. Messages from Ochako, Momo, Kyoka, all asking how he was, congratulating him, expressing feelings. A new message arrived, from Nejire. "Thank you for today, for seeing me, for the kiss, for everything. Sweet dreams, my flower-creating hero Blue Heart." Another message, from Midnight, from a private number. "I can't stop thinking about you. About us. God, this is going to kill me. I love you. N." Izuku smiled gently. His heart, that heart he had designed to experience all facets of human love, was full. Complex, complicated, chaotic, but full. "So this is what it feels like," he murmured to the stars, "to be alive. Truly alive." And somewhere in the cosmos, the tree of everything shone a little more brightly, its branches spreading in new directions, new stories blossoming on its leaves. The story of Izuku Midoriya was only just beginning. And the world, along with the hearts of 5 extraordinary women, would never be the same. Izuku woke up to the sound of his phone exploding with notifications. Literally, tiny sparks of green light were emanating from the device, overloaded by the number of messages, calls, and alerts. With a gentle touch, Izuku calmed the phone, repairing its circuits and expanding its storage capacity. Then he began to check the messages. 67 messages from Ochako, mainly heart and flower emojis, along with newspaper photos where Izuku appeared. 43 messages from Momo, detailed analysis of media reactions and statistics on the increase in applications to UA. 38 messages from Kyoka, mostly songs he had composed inspired by yesterday's battles, along with some sarcastic comments about hogging all the world's attention. 52 messages from Nejire, ranging from "good morning" to questions about whether he could create entire ecosystems or just individual plants, to midnight confessions about how he couldn't stop thinking about him. 5 messages from a private number who knew it was midnight, each one more passionate than the last, culminating in a simple, "I need you. Today, please." And then, messages from unknown numbers. Hero agencies offering internships. Media companies requesting exclusive interviews. Brands wanting me to be their spokesperson. Hospitals asking if he could visit sick patients. There was even a message from Prime Minister of Japan inviting him to an official reception. Izuku sighed softly. Fame was exhausting. A tap on his window made him turn. Outside, floating with her quirk, was Nejire, still in her pajamas, a loose t-shirt and shorts, her blue hair tousled from sleep but her eyes sparkling with energy. Izuku opened the window. "Nejire-senpai, what are you doing? It's 6 in the morning. I couldn't sleep. I keep thinking about yesterday. And about you. Mostly about you." She floated inside uninvited. "Besides, I wanted to be the first to see you today." "Did I succeed? Am I the first? Oh, did you check my messages? Were there too many? Sometimes people tell me I text too much, but I can't help it when I'm excited." Izuku couldn't help but smile at her infectious enthusiasm. "Yes, I checked your messages. And yes, you're the first person to see me in person." Nejire practically glowed with happiness. Then, without warning, she hugged him tightly. "Yesterday was the best day of my life," she murmured to her chest. "For the first time, someone answered all my questions. Someone saw me. Saw, really? Izuku returned the hug, gently stroking her hair. I'll always see you, Najire. They remained like that for a moment, until another knock on the window interrupted them. This time it was Ochako, also using her quirk to float, with an expression somewhere between surprise and something like jealousy. Deku-kun, Najire-senpai, what's? Najire pulled away but took Izuku's hand possessively. Good morning, Uraraka-chan. I was just visiting Midoriya-kun. Were you too? Ochako entered through the window, her cheeks flushed. Yes. I wanted to see how you were after yesterday. The tension in the air was palpable. Before he could climb up, Izuku's door burst open. Momo entered carrying a tray of carefully prepared breakfast. Midoriya-san, I brought you dessa. He stopped when he saw Najire and Ochako. Oh, Kyoka appeared behind her. Hey, Yaomomo, why did you do too? She stopped too. Really? Did you all have the same idea? The 5 women looked at each other. Izuku, standing in the middle of his room in pajama pants and a t-shirt, realized that this could end very badly or very interestingly. I think, she said slowly, that we should talk. All of us. 10 minutes later, all 5 of them were sitting in Izuku's room, on his bed, on his desk, on the floor. Izuku had created extra cushions and subtly expanded the room's space to accommodate them. The silence was tense. Finally, Momo spoke. Midoriya-san, I think we're all here for the same reason. Because we all have feelings for him, Kyoka finished directly. Ochako blushed deeply but nodded. Yes, I'm sorry if that's awkward, but it's true. Najire, surprisingly, was the most direct. I'm in love with him. Completely. And I'm not going to apologize for it. They all looked at each other. Then, as if a dam had burst, they all began to speak at once. I saw him first during the exam. But I had study sessions with him. He kissed me first. He's my senpai. We spent significant time together. Enough. Izuku's voice resonated with a hint of his true power. Not enough to hurt, but enough to capture everyone's attention. They calmed down immediately. Listen to me, Izuku said calmly but firmly. All of you are important to me. Each of you has touched my heart in different but equally meaningful ways. She paused, gathering her thoughts. Ochako, you showed me pure joy and determination. Momo, you challenged me intellectually and showed me the beauty of a brilliant mind. Kyoka, you let me see your soul through your music. Najire, you brought light and curiosity into my life in ways I never expected. But it's not fair, Ochako murmured, tears welling in her eyes. You can't be with all of us. That's not how it works. Izuku knelt in front of her, taking her hands. Why not? They all stared at him in shock. Humans have created rules about love, Izuku continued gently. Monogamy is the standard, but I'm not entirely human, am I? I'm the creator of the tree of all. My capacity to love is vast. I don't love one of you less because I love the others. My heart doesn't divide, it multiplies. Momo processed this with her analytical mind. Are you suggesting a polyamorous relationship? I'm suggesting honesty, Izuku replied. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to hide my feelings for any of you. If you can accept that, if you can accept each other, then yes. That's what I'm suggesting. Najire was the first to speak. I can. I don't mind sharing if it means having you in my life. Kyoka sighed. It's weird, but I guess I'm punk rock enough for this. Momo struggled with it, her traditional upbringing clashing with her feelings. It's unconventional, but it's also everything about you, Midoriya-san. If this is what you need, then I'm willing to try. They all looked at Ochako, who had tears running down her cheeks. I just want you to be happy, Deku-kun, she whispered. If it makes you happy, if it makes us all happy, then yes. Yes. Izuku felt something expand in his chest. Gratitude, love, pure joy. There's one more, she said softly. Someone who also has feelings for me. But it's complicated. Who? Najire asked. Before she could reply, a message arrived on her phone. From Midnight. Building 3, second floor storage room. Now, please. I have to go, Izuku said, standing up. But when I get back, we'll talk more about this. About how to make it work for all of us. As she left, The four girls stayed in their room, processing what had just happened. So, Kyoka finally said, "Are we like, shared brides of a god now?" "Technically, he says he's not a god," Momo corrected. "But it's so cool." Nejire practically jumped for joy. "It's like being in an epic romance. The four of us and Midoriya-kun against the world." "3, Ochako said softly. He said there was a fifth. The four of them looked at each other, wondering who it could be. Izuku arrived at the storage room to find Midnight waiting. She wasn't wearing her hero costume, just casual clothes, but her red eyes were swollen as if she'd been crying. "Nimari," she threw herself at him, kissing him desperately. It wasn't like their passionate kiss yesterday, this was more intense, almost painful in its need. When they separated, she was trembling. "I saw the news," she whispered. "Everyone wants you, every agency, every company, everyone. And I realized you're too good for me. Too important. Too everything." "Nimari, that's not, but I can't let you go." Tears flowed freely now. "I've spent my entire life hiding behind seduction, keeping people at a distance. And then you come along, see right through all of that, and love me anyway. How am I supposed to give that up?" Izuku hugged her tightly. "You don't have to do this. I'm not going to leave you. Even if I'm your teacher. Even if this could ruin my career. Especially then." Izuku pulled back enough to meet her eyes. "Nimari, there's something I need to tell you. Something about the others." He told her everything. About Ochako, Momo, Kyoka, Nejire. About the conversation they had just had. About his offer of complete honesty. Midnight listened in silence. When he finished, she laughed, a laugh that sounded half hysterical, half relieved. "Then I'm not crazy for wanting to share you. Because you're already being shared. Can you live with that?" Midnight gazed at him for a long moment. Then she kissed him again, more gently this time. "I can live with anything as long as I have you in some way." "But Izuku, the others are students. Young. They can afford to be open about their feelings. I have to keep this a secret. At least until you graduate." "I understand. Really." There was pain in her voice. "Do you understand what it's like to see other girls touching you, kissing you, being openly with you, while I have to pretend I'm just your teacher?" Izuku cupped her face in his hands. "I understand, and that's why I'm going to give you moments like this. Private, just for us. Where you don't have to pretend. Where you can just be Nimari, the woman I love." "Do you love me?" he whispered. "Really, with all that I am?" Midnight kissed him again, and this time it was different, not desperate, not hungry, but tender. Loving, like a sealing of a promise. "Then I'll wait," she said when they parted. "It will be difficult, it will be painful, but I'll wait, because you're worth any wait." They stayed together in the storage room, just holding each other, enjoying the stolen moment before they had to return to their public roles. Meanwhile, throughout Japan and beyond, the world continued to react to the sports festival. In the office of the Prime Minister. "Sir, Japanese social media is completely dominated by this student. Hashtag Midoriya Miracle has been trending for 18 hours. Tourism numbers to Japan have increased by 30% in a single day. Everyone wants to visit UA." The Prime Minister watched the recordings of the festival. "This boy could change the world's perception of Japan. Organize that reception. I want to meet him personally." In USA, the professional heroes watched the recordings in amazement. "Did you see that? He transformed explosions into fireworks. It's not just power. It's control on a level I've never seen. Japan has a treasure. We should try to recruit him when he graduates." In Europe, hero agencies were making offers. Offer him anything. An international internship. Access to unlimited resources. Whatever he needs. In the social networks. At Harem 2077. Izuku Midoriya is literally the most inspiring hero I've ever seen. He doesn't hurt, he transforms. He doesn't destroy, he creates. Hashtag new kind of hero. At Quirkanalyst. Analysis of his quirk. It appears to be reality manipulation at a molecular level. But the control required to avoid collateral damage is insane. Hashtag Midoriya. At artlover_JP. Does anyone else think Midoriya's battles are pure art? Like witnessing the birth of the universe. Hashtag Midoriya Miracle. At Skepticalsily. Okay, but is no one going to talk about how powerful he is? Is it safe to have someone like that among students? Hashtag just questions. This last comment sparked debate. At Defender of Hope, at Skeptical Silly, did you see how he treated his opponents? With respect, with compassion. Power without kindness is dangerous. He has both. In the hospitals from all over Japan, patients asked to see the recordings again and again. Doctors reported improvements in mood, some even in physical condition. Hope was a powerful medicine. In prisons, the inmates watched in silence. Some with envy, others with something akin to regret. In one particular cell, a prisoner known as Muscular, a brutal villain, watched the screen with a complex expression. "That brat," he grumbled, "makes me want to be better." What the hell? Even the villains were not immune to the Midoriya effect. That afternoon, UA held an emergency all-staff meeting. The conference room was packed. Principal Nezu presided, his expression more serious than usual. "Colleagues," he began, "we need to discuss Izuku Midoriya. The implications of his actions yesterday are vast. He's being harassed by the media," Present Mike reported. "I had to shoo away 5 reporters just this morning. Hero agencies are making ridiculous offers," Vlad King added. "One offered 100 million yen for a 1-week internship. And then there are the security implications," Aizawa leaned forward. "If the villains see him as a threat, or as a resource for capturing," Snipe concluded. All Might, in his skeletal form, coughed. "Young Midoriya can defend himself. I think we all saw that yesterday." "That's not the point," Nezu said. "The point is that he's now the most famous student in Japan, possibly the world. That brings pressure, expectations, danger." Midnight, who had been silent, finally spoke. "And what do you suggest? That we lock him up? That we tell him to contain his power?" "No." Nezu shook his head. "I suggest we support him. Give him the resources to handle this attention. Media training, additional security if needed, and above all, let's remember he's a student. Our job is to educate him, not exploit him." There were murmurs of agreement. "There's one more thing," All Might said. "Young Midoriya told me something about his true nature." He proceeded to tell them, again, about Izuku's claim to be the creator of the Tree of Everything, his seemingly limitless power, and his decision to experience life as a student. The room fell silent. Finally, Ectoplasm spoke. "So we basically have a god in our school." "Not a god," Nezu corrected. "Something more. And honestly, I'm fascinated. Terrified, yes, but fascinated. Because if it's true, if it really is what it claims to be, then we have the opportunity to shape the most powerful being in existence during its formative years. Or, Aizawa said dryly, we could completely ruin it and create a tyrant. That's why." Midnight stood up, his voice passionate. "We need to be their teachers. Their guides. Their friends. They need to know they are valued not for their power, but for who they are." Nezu nodded slowly. "Well said, Midnight. Then it's decided. We support Midoriya. We protect him. We educate him. And we trust that the choices he has made thus far, compassion over violence, beauty over destruction, will continue." The meeting ended, but the teachers left with heavy thoughts. Only Midnight remained behind, her hand unconsciously touching her lips where Izuku had kissed her hours before. "Please," she whispered to no one in particular, "please, stay yourself. Don't let the world change you." That afternoon, Izuku finally had a moment of peace. He sat in the UA garden, the same garden that had subtly improved with his presence, making the flowers bloom more vibrantly, the grass greener. One by one, they arrived. First Ochako, who sat next to him without saying anything, just resting her head on his shoulder. Then Momo, who sat on the other side, took her hand. Kyoka sat behind him, her fingers toying with her hair. And Nejire floated down, sitting cross-legged in front of him, smiling. "So," Nejire said, "how does this work? The 4 of us, and you?" "Honestly," Izuku admitted, "I don't know. I've never done this before. I've created entire universes, but human relationships, they're new to me in this way." "Then we'll figure it out together," Momo practically said. "But we need rules," Kyoka added. "Like, I don't know, one-on-one time. We can't all be all over you all the time." "Speak for yourself." Nejire laughed. "I could be all over Midoriya-kun all day." Ochako blushed intensely. And Nijire-senpai. Izuku laughed. A genuine, warm laugh that made them all melt a little. This is going to be complicated, she said. There will be jealousy at times. There will be difficult moments. But if we're all committed to this, to being honest and communicating, we can make it work. And the fifth one? Momo asked gently. Will you tell us who it is? Izuku hesitated. Then he decided that if they were going to do this, he needed complete honesty. Midnight. Nimori Kayama. There was a stunned silence. Professor Midnight. Ochako gasped. Yes. And before you say anything, I know it's complicated. I know there are power dynamics. But she sees me, and I see her. And when I graduate, when I'm no longer her student, she'll be part of this too. If you all accept her. The four of them exchanged glances. Finally, Nijire spoke. It's strange. Definitely strange. But, she smiled, it's also fitting, isn't it? Nothing about you is normal, Midoriya-kun. Why would your love life be any different? Kyoka nodded slowly. As long as you treat us all with respect. I guess I'm okay with that. Momo considered carefully. We'll have to be discreet. For the sake of his career. But, yes, I can accept it. Ochako took longer, struggling with her feelings. Finally, if you love her like you love us, then it's okay. Just promise me you'll always be honest. Always. I promise. Izuku took each of their hands. To all of you, honesty, respect, and love, always. They sat together as the sun began to set, five souls connected in unconventional but beautiful ways. Somewhere in the teacher's office, Midnight stared out the window at the garden. He couldn't see them clearly from that distance, but he knew they were there. Soon, she promised herself. Soon I'll be able to be with them. With him, openly. And I would wait, because Izuku Midoriya was worth any wait. That night, in an unknown location, All for One was watching the festival recordings for the 15th time. Kurogiri, he called to his mist subordinate. What do you think of this? Izuku Midoriya, he is extraordinarily powerful, master. Dangerous to our plans, or perfect for them. All for One smiled, a smile devoid of humor, warmth. Such power. If only I could take it, if only I could make it mine. It's unlikely he can be corrupted, master. His actions demonstrate a strong moral compass. Everything can be corrupted, Kurogiri. You just need to find the right crack. And everyone has a crack. He touched the screen where Izuku stood, victorious. I just need to find his. Elsewhere, a villain known as Stain, the hero killer, was watching the same recordings. Unlike All for One, his eyes shone not with greed but with hope. Finally, he murmured, someone who understands what it means to be a true hero. Not for fame, not for money, but for genuinely doing good. He sheathed his sword. This is someone worth following. Someone who could change the world. And at UA, Izuku suddenly woke up from a dream. No, not a dream. A vision. He had seen the timelines branching out. He saw All for One moving in the shadows. He saw challenges to come. He saw pain, loss, sacrifice. But he also saw triumph. He saw love. He saw hope. He got out of bed and walked to the window. Outside, the tree of everything, invisible to everyone but him, stretched over UA, its branches protecting the school, its roots sunk deep in the earth. Bring on the challenges, he murmured. I'm ready. And for the first time since she had come into this world, she felt something she hadn't felt in eons. Anticipation. The game was truly just beginning. And he couldn't wait to see how it would unfold. A week after the sports festival, life at UA was still a whirlwind. Izuku couldn't walk down the halls without being stopped by upperclassmen asking for autographs, professors discussing their internship options, or reporters trying to sneak onto campus. In Class 1A, Aizawa had arrived with a stack of papers so tall that it almost hid his face. Midoriya, he said in his usual monotone, though there was a hint of something, exasperation. Disbelief. In his voice. These are your internship offers. She dropped the stack onto Izuku's desk. The sound of the impact echoed in the silent classroom. How many are there? Asked Momo, looking at the tower of envelopes. Aizawa sighed. 4,563. From every major agency in Japan, several international ones, and, he paused, 3 foreign governments offering special exchange programs. The class erupted in murmurs. 4,000. Kaminari shouted. I got 5. 5. TCH. Bakugo crossed his arms, though his eyes betrayed his surprise. Obviously the nerd got a ton. The whole damn country saw him put on his flower show. Todoroki, who had received the second largest number of offers, 1,200, watched Izuku with an expression that was half respect, half amazement. Midoriya, Aizawa said, technically you don't have to choose any. You're special, but the internship experience is valuable. I recommend you at least consider a few. Izuku nodded, looking at the stack. He could feel the energy in each envelope. Hope, ambition, some with genuine intentions to teach, others clearly just wanting the publicity of having the miracle hero associated with them. Sensei, he finally said, may I take these to review them at my leisure? You can, but have your decision by tomorrow. The internships start in 3 days. As the class moved on to other topics, Izuku felt several pairs of eyes on him. Ochako was looking at him with concern, probably wondering if he would choose an internship that would take him far. Momo had that analytical expression that meant she was already mentally categorizing which offers would be most beneficial. Kyoka seemed to be trying to read his expression. And from her seat, she had visited Class 1A as an observer, with special permission. Nejire was practically vibrating with barely contained curiosity. That night, Izuku had scattered the offers around the dorm's common room. He had organized them into categories: prestige, educational value, genuine intentions, and, a separate pile, those who clearly just wanted to exploit him. This last pile was worryingly large. Wow, Kyoka whistled as she checked some out. This agency literally says, we'll pay you 50 million yen just for using our logo. They don't even want you to do actual hero work. It's disgusting. Momo frowned. Treating you like a product instead of a student. Ochako held a letter with reverence. This is from 13 Sensei. He says he would love to teach you about specialized disaster rescue. Nejire, who had, coincidentally, appeared floating through the window, was reading one with wide eyes. Midoriya-kun, this one's from Yukio. She's one of the top-ranked heroines. And she says she specifically wants to teach you about teamwork. Oh, I'm doing my internship with her. We could be together. Izuku smiled at their enthusiasm. That's definitely an option to consider. What about this one? Momo held up an envelope with an official seal. It's from Gran Torino. I've never heard of it. Izuku tensed slightly. Gran Torino, All Might's mentor, a retired hero with profound wisdom and, if Izuku remembered correctly from the original timelines, brutally effective training methods. It's important, Izuku said softly. Very important. He was All Might's mentor. That caught everyone's attention. All Might's mentor wants you as an intern. Ochako gasped. Deku-kun, that's amazing. Before Izuku could reply, a new envelope appeared out of nowhere, floating up to his hand with an emerald green glow. It hadn't been delivered by mail, it had simply materialized. Izuku opened it curiously. Inside was a single line written in perfect calligraphy that seemed to glow with its own light. If you truly want to understand this world and your place in it, come and find me, the observer. There was no address, no actual signature, just those words and a feeling of antiquity, of something that had existed almost as long as he had. The girls noticed her expression. Izuku. Momo used his first name, something she only did when they were alone. What did you say? It's complicated. Izuku carefully folded the letter. Someone who wants to meet with me. Someone who could be as old as me. As old as. Nejire blinked. You mean really old, like before old time? Exactly. Kyoka lay back. Your life is weird, Midoriya. Officially the weirdest. I won't argue with that, Izuku smiled. Then he turned serious. But I think I've found where I want to do my internship. They all waited. Gran Torino, he said. His letter was brief but genuine. He doesn't want my power to show off. He wants to teach me because All Might asked him to. And because, I think he has things to teach me about this world. About humanity from the perspective of someone who has lived a long time. How long has she been here? Ochako asked. According to the records, 80-something. But something tells me he's seen more than that age implies. Momo nodded approvingly. It's a solid choice. The prestige of studying with All Might's mentor is undeniable, but more importantly, he seems like someone who could genuinely challenge you. And what about us? Nejire pouted adorably. If you go with Gran Torino, we won't be on the same internship. Izuku leaned in and gently kissed her forehead. Internships are only a week. We'll survive. And when I get back. Yes. Nejire leaned forward, her eyes shining. I'll show you what I've learned. The next day, Izuku gave his choice to Aizawa, Gran Torino. What he didn't expect was to be summoned to Principal Nezu's office immediately afterwards. When he entered, he found not only Nezu, but also All Might in skeletal form and, surprisingly, Midnight. Ah, young Midoriya, Nezu gestured toward a chair. Please, sit down. Would you like some tea? I'm fine, thanks Principal. Nezu took a sip from his own cup. I understand you chose to study with Gran Torino. An excellent choice. All Might here has already contacted him and is enthusiastic. Well, as enthusiastic as Gran Torino can be. All Might coughed. He warned that he won't hold back just because you're powerful. In fact, he said it's precisely because you're so powerful that you need to learn humility. Izuku smiled. That sounds perfect. There's something else, Nezu said, setting his cup down, his expression turning serious. We've received troubling information. The hero killer, Stain, has been active in Hosu City, and our sources suggest he might be planning something big. Why are you telling me this? Izuku asked, even though he already knew the answer. Because, Midnight spoke for the first time, her voice professional but with a hint of concern that only Izuku would pick up on. Gran Torino operates in that area. And if something happens during your internship, they want to know if I'll intervene, Izuku finished. We want you to be prepared, Nezu corrected. You're powerful, Midoriya, more powerful than most pro-heroes. But you're also a student. We don't want to put you in unnecessary danger. Izuku considered this. In the original timelines, Stain's incident in Hosu had been a turning point. Iida had been involved, Todoroki, too, and in this timeline, if anyone is in danger, Izuku said firmly, I will help. Whoever it is, that's the only answer I can give. Nezu nodded as if he'd expected that. Then take this. He slid a small device across the desk. A direct emergency communicator to UA. If anything happens, anything at all, use it. Izuku took it. Thank you, Principal. While All Might and Nezu discussed logistical details, Midnight caught Izuku's attention. Her eyes said what her mouth could not. Be careful. Please. I can't lose you. Izuku nodded almost imperceptibly. I'll be back. I promise. The night before the internships began, Izuku met up on the rooftop with his 5 loves, although Midnight arrived separately, after the others had left. First there were Ochako, Momo, Kyoka and Nejire together. It's only a week, Ochako told herself as much as she told Izuku. Just a week. I can handle it. We'll be fine. Momo tried to be practical, but her hands were squeezing Izuku's a little tighter than usual. We'll all be busy with our own internships. Kyoka gave him a light punch on the arm. Just don't do anything too heroic, okay? I know it's your thing, but I'll still be worried. Nejire was the most dramatic, hugging him so tightly it would have hurt a normal human. I'm going to miss you so much. Every second, every moment. I'll probably send like 1,000 messages. I hope that's okay. Izuku laughed and kissed each of them. Ochako on the forehead, Momo on the cheek, Kyoka briefly on the lips, and Nejire on both cheeks because one wasn't enough for her. I'll miss you all, he said sincerely. But this is important, for my growth as a hero. As a person. After they left, amid glances back and waves, Midnight emerged from the shadows where she had been waiting. She said nothing at first. She just walked up to him and hugged him with an intensity that spoke of fear, of love, of despair. I don't know why, she whispered against his chest, but I have a bad feeling about this. Izuku stroked his hair. What kind of feeling? As if anything will change. As if everything will be different when you come back. She pulled away to look him in the eyes. Is he stupid? No. Izuku could feel it too, the timelines converging, fate pulling invisible threads. She's not stupid. Something's going to happen. But Nimari, he cupped her face in his hands. No matter what happens, no matter how things change, my love for you remains constant. That's a fundamental law of the universe that I myself wrote. Midnight laughed through the tears she hadn't known were falling. Only you could say something like that and make it sound romantic instead of pretentious. They kissed. Long, deep, as if trying to memorize each other's taste. When they parted, Midnight sighed. Go, learn, grow, just come back to me. Always, Izuku promised. The next day, Izuku arrived at a small, modest house in the suburbs of Hosu City. It looked ordinary, almost dilapidated, with peeling paint and a slightly neglected garden. He knocked on the door. It's open, shouted an elderly voice from inside. Izuku entered to find what appeared to be an elderly man asleep in an armchair in front of a television playing the news. Gran Torino-sensei, Izuku called out. The old man snored. Izuku smiled. He could feel the power in this man, dormant or not. It was like a compressed spring, waiting to be released. And there was something else, a deep wisdom, experiences accumulated over decades. He decided to be polite and wait. Exactly 3 seconds later, Gran Torino opened one eye. Are you still there? I was hoping you'd leave if you thought I was just a sleepy old man. Then, in a burst of speed that would have been invisible to most, Gran Torino launched himself from his chair straight towards Izuku's face. Izuku didn't move. Gran Torino's fist stopped a millimeter from his nose, suspended in midair. Not because Izuku had actively stopped it, but because the very space between them had become infinite, a distance that could never be crossed without Izuku's permission. Gran Torino backed away, landing in his original position. Interesting. Toshinori said you were special, but this. He sat down, gesturing for Izuku to do the same. All right, kid, before we begin, I need to know, what do you hope to gain from this internship? Don't give me any of that learning to be a hero nonsense. You're probably more powerful than any hero alive. So, what do you really want? Izuku considered the question carefully. Then he decided on complete honesty. I want to understand humanity, he said. I have existed for eons before this universe existed. I have created countless worlds. But I chose to come here, to live as a human, because I want to experience what it means to be finite. Vulnerable, mortal. Gran Torino didn't flinch at this revelation. Toshinori told me something like that. I honestly thought I'd been inhaling too much battle smoke. But seeing you now, he studied Izuku intensely, there's something in your eyes. Like you've witnessed the birth and death of the universe. Because I've done it, many times. Good. Gran Torino stood up surprisingly quickly. So here's what you're going to learn from me, how to be weak. Izuku blinked. Pardon, you heard right. You are all power, no limitations. That makes you dangerous, not to others, to yourself. Because if you've never struggled with real limitations, you'll never understand those who do. You'll never truly understand the human condition. Gran Torino started walking toward the back door. So this week, we're going to limit you. We're going to find ways to make you experience struggle, failure, limitation. And then, only then, will you begin to understand what it truly means to be a hero. Izuku felt something expand in his chest, excitement. Finally, someone who understood what he needed. When do we begin, sensei? Gran Torino smiled. A smile that wasn't friendly but fierce. Right now, brat. I hope you're ready. Gran Torino's training was, by normal standards, brutal. For Izuku, it was a revelation. First exercise, Gran Torino said, leading him to an underground training area beneath his house that was much larger than the building above would suggest. I'm going to attack you. But you can't use any of your cosmic powers. No time stopping. No spatial manipulation. No matter transmutation. Only your basic physical abilities. But can I still improve my body? Izuku asked. No. You will fight with the strength of a normal human of your size and age. As if your quirk never existed. This was new. Izuku had never tried to limit himself so severely before. He closed his eyes and reached deep within himself, placing seals on his own power. Not eliminating it, that was impossible, but blocking his access to it. It was like tying his arms behind his back. When she opened her eyes, she felt different, lighter, more vulnerable, more humane. Okay, he said. Gran Torino gave no warning. He surged forward with speed that rivaled top-level professionals. Izuku tried to dodge, and was surprised when he couldn't. His body, limited to normal human capabilities, couldn't keep up with his still elevated mental reflexes. The blow sent him flying against the wall. It hurt. It really hurt. Izuku touched his split lip in astonishment. Blood. When was the last time he'd bled? Get up, Gran Torino ordered. Again. Hours passed. Izuku was punched, thrown, bruised. Every time he instinctively tried to reach his power, Gran Torino somehow knew when the attack became harder. You haven't learned a thing. Gran Torino shouted. You're still relying on your power as a crutch. Think like a human. Move like a human. Finally, bleeding and in pain in ways he had never experienced before, Izuku had an epiphany. He stopped thinking of combat as something he could master. Instead, he began to think about surviving. Not winning. Just lasting. He changed his approach. Instead of trying to match Gran Torino's speed, he began to predict. To read body language, micro-expressions, weight shifts. Izuku dodged Gran Torino's next attack. Barely, but he did. Gran Torino smiled. There it is. Finally. They continued, and slowly, Izuku began to improve. Not because he became stronger or faster. He was still a normal human, but because he was learning to be efficient. To use what he had wisely. When they finally stopped, the sun had set. Izuku collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, every muscle screaming. Sensei. He gasped. Why is this so difficult when I can literally create universes? Gran Torino sat beside him, not even breathless. Because creating universes doesn't require empathy. Being a hero does, and you can't truly empathize with those who struggle if you've never struggled yourself. She handed Izuku a towel and a bottle of water. Today you learned an important lesson. Limitation is not weakness. It's context. And context is what gives meaning to power. Izuku wiped the blood from his face, lost in thought. In all his eons of existence, he had never limited himself like this. He had never chosen to be vulnerable. And it was liberating. Thank you, Sensei, he said sincerely. Don't thank me yet. Gran Torino stood up. That was just day one. We have 6 more. And tomorrow, his smile turned almost sadistic, we're going to work on making you experience true fear. Izuku couldn't help but smile back. This was exactly what he needed. Exactly what I had come to find. At the Yukyu agency, Nejire and Ochako worked together. Uraraka-chan. Nejire floated around her as they patrolled. Do you miss Midoriya-kun as much as I do? Because I miss him so much. Like every second. Is that normal? Is this what love feels like? It's awful, but also wonderful. How does it work? Ochako blushed. Yes, I miss him. But it's only a week. 1 week is an eternity. Nejire dramatically collapsed into midair. How do you guys survive? Yukyu, in her human form walking ahead of them, smiled but didn't comment. She had noticed that Nejire had been acting differently lately, more focused in some ways, more distracted in others. And the common denominator was always Izuku Midoriya. Elsewhere in the city, Momo was doing her internship with Uebami, the snake-haired heroine who was more of a model than a fighter. It wasn't ideal. Momo had hoped for something more substantial. But she was still learning about public relations, about how a hero's image mattered as much as their actions. Even so, she constantly checked her phone, waiting for messages from Izuku that she knew wouldn't come often. He'd be training, learning. She needed to be patient. Kyoka, interning with Death Arms, was in her element. Her sound quirk was perfect for reconnaissance, and Death Arms was a no-nonsense hero who valued efficiency over showmanship. But even while they were on patrol, Kyoka found her mind wandering. Wondering what Izuku was doing. If he was alright. If he missed her too. On the 4th day of training with Gran Torino, Izuku had experienced more physical pain, more exhaustion, and more frustration than in his entire eternal existence combined. And she loved him. Every bruise, every aching muscle, every moment of doubt, they were gifts. They were authentic human experiences that no amount of omniscient observation could replicate. Good, Gran Torino said that morning, today we're going to do something different. We're going to patrol. Izuku, putting on his hero costume, now with some necessary repairs after days of brutal training, looked at his mentor with curiosity. Patrol, with the restrictions still in place. Especially with the active limitations, Gran Torino donned his own suit, bright yellow with his signature design. You need to experience what it's like to be a hero without your safety net. And Hosu has been restless lately. Something in his tone caught Izuku's attention. Restless how? Heroes disappearing, small agencies being attacked, and rumors about the hero killer. Gran Torino headed for the door. Keep your senses sharp, kid. And remember, no cosmic powers. If we run into trouble, you fight like a human. As they patrolled the rooftops of Hosu City, Izuku could feel the tension in the air. Even with his powers sealed, his fundamental perception of the flow of the universe told him that something big was about to happen. The timelines converged. Destiny was approaching. Sensei, Izuku said as they jumped from building to building, can I ask you something personal? It depends on the question. Why did he agree to train me? All Might said he's retired. That he doesn't take students. Gran Torino stopped on a rooftop, looking down at the city below. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and red. Because, he finally said, I saw something in you that I haven't seen in decades. Potential not only to be powerful, but to be good. And in these dark times, we need goodness as much as we need power. He paused. Besides, I owe it to Toshinori. He believes you're important. He believes you could change the world. And if there's even a small chance he's right, well, an old man like me has to do his part. Before Izuku could answer, his phone vibrated. Multiple simultaneous notifications. A message from Todoroki. Midoriya. I'm in Hosu with my father for an internship. Something feels wrong. Be careful. A message from Iida. There were no words, only his shared location. He was in Hosu too. And then, the UA emergency communicator was activated. Emergency alert. Multiple Nomus have appeared in Hosu City. All heroes in the area respond immediately. Gran Torino and Izuku exchanged glances. So let's begin, Gran Torino muttered. Kid, this is real. Real villains. Real monsters. Are you ready? Izuku felt something he hadn't felt in a long time, anticipation mixed with a touch of genuine nervousness. With his powers sealed, this would be a real challenge. Listo, sensei. Then let's go. The city erupted in chaos. From their position on the rooftops, Izuku and Gran Torino could see three Nomus, grotesque creatures with exposed brains and bulging muscles, ravaging the shopping district. The pro-heroes were already responding. Endeavor, Todoroki's father, was fighting one with his fire quirk, his flames lighting up the night. But there was more. The Nomus were dispersing, forcing the heroes to split up. Torino, Izuku said, using his mentor's hero name, we need a plan. With my limitations, I can't just transmute them like I did before. Okay, think strategically. What can ordinary humans do when they are outmatched in power? Work together. Use the environment. Find weaknesses. Exactly. Now go. Help evacuate civilians. I'll handle the direct combat. But before they could move, Izuku's communicator vibrated again. This time a text message from an unknown number. Alley off Main Street, the 2nd of April 10. Life in danger. S. Izuku's heart. That human heart he had chosen to have raced. Iida, his friend, in danger. Sensei, my classmate is in trouble. Gran Torino studied his expression. Go, help him. But remember, no cosmic powers. This is a test, not just of your strength, but of your humanity. Izuku nodded and ran toward the location, leaping from rooftop to rooftop using purely physical abilities. He was slower than he would have been with his powers. Clumsier. More human. And somehow, it felt more real. When Izuku arrived at the alley, the scene before him made his blood run cold. Iida lay on the ground, paralyzed, bleeding from multiple wounds. A pro-hero, native, lay unconscious nearby. And standing over them, wiping a bloodied katana, was a man wrapped in bandages with an appearance that screamed danger. Stain. El Hero Killer. Another fake hero, Stain snarled, not even looking at Izuku. Here to gain fame by saving your friend. Pathetic. No, Izuku said calmly, stepping down into the alley, I'm here to save my friend because he's important to me. Fame has nothing to do with it. That made Stain look at him. His eyes narrowed, studying Izuku intensely. You're the one from the sports festival. The one who turned battles into flowers. Stain spat. Another publicity stunt. It wasn't a trick, Izuku said, positioning himself between Stain and Iida. It was a demonstration that power doesn't have to be violent to be meaningful. Nice words. Stain launched himself forward with superhuman speed. Izuku, limited to human reflexes, barely managed to dodge the first thrust. The katana grazed his cheek, drawing blood. The pain was sharp, real. Stain licked his lips, savoring the blood on his blade. That's my ability. Once I taste your blood, you're paralyzed. And then, he raised his sword, I purge the world of another false hero. But Izuku didn't freeze. Stain blinked, confused. What? Your quirk, Izuku said, maintaining his defensive stance, affects normal human blood flow. But even though I've sealed my cosmic powers, my fundamental biology is different. It won't work on me. This was true, even in a limited way. Izuku's body operated under laws he had written himself. Laws that were simply different from standard human biology. Stain smiled. Not with joy, but with something akin to recognition. So you're different. Interesting. He attacked again, this time more aggressively. Izuku fought purely defensively, using the techniques Gran Torino had taught him. Dodge, block, redirect. No time manipulation. No spatial distortion. Just physical skill. And I was losing. Stain was faster, more experienced, more ruthless. A thrust pierced Izuku's defense, opening his shoulder. Another cut his side. Blood flowed freely. Midoriya, Iida shouted from the ground, unable to move. Run. He's too strong. Don't sacrifice yourself for. It's not a sacrifice, Izuku gasped, blocking another thrust. It's a choice. I choose to stay. I choose to fight. Because that's what friends do. Something changed in Stain's expression. You really mean it. Every word. For a moment, Stain lowered his sword. You're different from the others. Even now, bleeding, overwhelmed, you show no fear. You don't think of fame or glory. Only of protecting. He licked the blood from his sword, Izuku's blood, and again, nothing happened. No paralysis. No effect. What are you? Asked Stain. Before Izuku could respond, flames lit up the alley. Todoroki arrived, ice and fire ready. Midoriya, Iida. Todoroki's eyes quickly scanned the situation. I got your location. What's the hero killer? Izuku said simply. Be careful. His quirk paralyzes you if he tastes your blood. Todoroki positioned himself next to Izuku, an ice wall temporarily separating them from Stain. Are you okay? Todoroki asked. I've been better, Izuku said, touching his bleeding shoulder. But I'm alive, and learning how to fight when power is not an option. Stain shattered the ice wall with a single blow. 2 against 1 now. Interesting. But you'll keep falling. All false heroes fall. We're not fake. Todoroki unleashed a wave of fire. Stain dodged it with superhuman ease. No. Then tell me, why did you become a hero? To surpass your father. To prove something. Todoroki hesitated, and that hesitation was enough. Stain lunged, his knife aimed at Todoroki's neck. Izuku moved purely on instinct. Not enhanced speed, not time stopping, just pure human determination. It intervened. The leaf entered his stomach. The pain exploded, white and hot and incredibly real. Izuku gasped, clutching Stain's wrist. No. You won't touch, my friends, he growled. Stain looked into Izuku's eyes. Those emerald green eyes that held eternities, and for the first time in years, the hero killer felt something akin to fear. Because in those eyes, he didn't see a scared teenager. He saw the judgment of something vast, ancient, infinite. You, Stain whispered, what the hell are you? Izuku smiled. Bloody, wounded, but he smiled. I'm someone who chose to experience pain. And now I understand why people fight. Why they struggle. Why they sacrifice themselves. With purely human strength, he pushed Stain back. And I understand, Izuku continued, why someone like you exists. Why you believe you need to purge the false heroes. Because you've seen the worst of humanity. You've seen corrupt heroism. He pulled the knife from his stomach with a hiss of pain. But you're wrong about one thing. The wound began to heal. Slowly, much more slowly than if he had used his full power, but healing nonetheless because his fundamental biology was still operating under its own rules. Heroism isn't about perfection. It's about trying. About getting up every time you fall. About choosing goodness even when it's difficult. Stain stepped back, his eyes still fixed on Izuku. You speak like someone who's seen centuries. I have seen more than centuries. I have seen eternities. And in all of them, I learned this: people are worth saving. Even the broken ones. Even the lost ones. He extended his hand. Bloody, trembling, but extended. Even you, Stain. The hero killer froze. No one had offered him a hand before. No one had seen the monster before. For a moment, just a moment, his resolve wavered. Then the alley erupted with more pro-heroes. Endeavor arrived in a tornado of flames, followed by Gran Torino and several others. Stain, roared Endeavor. We've finally found you. Stain looked at Izuku one last time. You're the only true hero I've ever known, he said softly. The only one who understands the cost. Then, in a move so swift that even the pro-heroes nearly missed him, he escaped into the sewer system, vanishing into the darkness. Endeavor cursed, his flames blazing brighter with frustration. He escaped. Damn it. But Izuku didn't chase after him. Instead, he staggered over to where Iida lay paralyzed. Iida, he said gently, kneeling down. Are you all right? Tears streamed down Iida's face. Midoriya, I wanted to avenge my brother. Ingenium was attacked by Stain. I broke all the rules. I came here alone. I put you in danger. You gave me the chance to learn something important, Izuku said, placing a hand on Iida's shoulder. Stain's paralyzing effect began to fade, not through Izuku's powers but naturally. That revenge hurts everyone, but protection heals. Todoroki joined them. Midoriya, your wound, it will heal, Izuku said, looking at his stomach where the knife wound had already partially closed. But the lesson remains. I felt real pain today. Real fear. And now I understand better what you all go through. Gran Torino landed beside them, his eyes scanning Izuku with approval. You fought well, kid. No cosmic powers, just human determination. And did I win? Izuku asked. You didn't win the fight, Gran Torino smiled, but you won something better. Respect. From a villain who respects no one. The ambulances arrived. Iida and Native were taken to the hospital. Izuku was checked out. The paramedics were confused about how his injuries were already healing so quickly but didn't ask too many questions after Gran Torino vaguely explained, regeneration quirk. Endeavor, still frustrated by Stain's escape, approached Izuku. You, he said in his deep voice, are the boy who helped my son during the sports festival. Yes sir. Endeavor studied him. Shoto talks about you. He says you showed him how to accept both sides of his power. He paused, visibly struggling with something. I couldn't do that. Thank you. It was the closest thing to humility that Endeavor had shown in years. Izuku nodded. Todoroki-kun is strong. I just needed to remember that. When the scene finally calmed down, Izuku found himself sitting on the steps of a closed building, watching cleanup crews work on the damage caused by the Nomus. Her phone vibrated. Messages from everyone. Ochako. The news is showing Hosu. Are you okay? Please tell me you're okay. Momo. Midoriya-san, I saw the reports. Were you hurt? I need to know you're safe. Kyoka. Hey, stupid hero, you'd better be alive or I'll kill you myself. Najire. Midoriya-kun. The news. The hero killer. Nomus. You're okay, right? Please say yes. I'm worried. So worried. More worried than I've ever been. And from a private number. Midnight. I saw the news. I know you were involved. Please tell me you're okay. I can't lose you. Izuku wrote a group response. I'm okay. Hurt but healing. I learned a lot. I'll see you all soon. I love you all. He pressed send, then leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes. Today he had experienced real pain. Real fear. The possibility of real death. Well, as real as it could be for someone like him. And it was beautiful. Terrible, yes. Painful, absolutely. But beautiful in its authenticity. So this, he murmured to the stars above him, is what it means to be human. As Izuku rested, a figure emerged from the shadows of the alley. Not a villain. Someone different. He was a man who looked to be in his 30s, dressed in a simple robe that somehow seemed both ancient and timeless. His eyes shone with a knowledge that rivaled Izuku's. "Hello, Creator," the man said in a voice that resonated with familiar harmonies. Izuku opened his eyes, surprised. You sent that letter." The observer. The man smiled. "That's right. I've been waiting for the right moment to approach. And it seems you finally learned what you came here to learn. Who are you? Someone like you. Not a world maker, a story keeper. I observe the narratives that unfold across realities. And your story," he sat down next to Izuku, "is the most fascinating I've seen in millennia. Why reveal yourself now? Because you're at a turning point. You've experienced limitation, pain, fear, the things that make humans, human. But soon you'll face a choice." The observer looked directly at Izuku. "Are you still limited, following this path of humanity? Or will you return to your full power to protect those you love?" "Why can't I have both?" "Because," the observer stood up, "absolute power and human vulnerability cannot coexist. One will always overshadow the other. Soon, something will happen that will force you to choose." He began to fade into the shadows. "When that moment comes, remember, the greatest strength is not never falling. It's getting up after you fall." "Wait," Izuku called, "what's going to happen?" "Something that will change everything. Something that will test not only your power, but your heart." And with that, he disappeared. Izuku sat alone, processing the warning. Change was coming. A challenge was coming. And for the first time since I had entered this world, I didn't know exactly how it would end. The uncertainty was terrifying. It was exciting too. 3 days later, when the internship week ended, Izuku returned to UA. The moment he entered the bedroom doors, he was tackled by 4 bodies simultaneously. Ochako, Momo, Kyoka, and Najire, all had returned early, waiting for him. "Deku-kun," Ochako cried openly, "I saw you on the news. There was so much blood. I thought." "I'm fine," Izuku said, hugging them all, his heart expanding with warmth. "More than fine. I'm whole." Momo stepped back just enough to scan his body with worried eyes. "Your injuries, the reports said you were stabbed." "I healed. My biology is different." Kyoka punched him in the chest, gently, but with emotion behind it. "You're an idiot. A brave, stupid idiot." Najire just held him tighter, her body trembling. "I was so scared. So scared. I promised I'd never be afraid of anything, but when I saw the news." "Shish," Izuku stroked her hair. "I'm here. I'm okay. I have them all." That night, the 5 of them, Midnight managed to sneak into her room after everyone else was asleep, gathered in her room. Midnight was the first to speak, tears running down her cheeks as she touched her face as if she couldn't believe it was real. "When I saw the news," she whispered, "when I saw how much blood there was in that alley. I thought I'd lost you before I'd really got you. You'll never lose me." Izuku kissed her forehead. "None of you will lose me." They sat together on his bed, all 5 of them and him, held in a group hug that felt like home. "I learned something during the internship," Izuku said softly. "I learned that love isn't just a feeling. It's a choice. I choose to love you. Every day, no matter the cost." Ochako kissed him gently. "And we chose you back." Momo took her hand. "No matter how complicated it is." Kyoka leaned against his shoulder. "No matter how unconventional." Najire smiled through her tears. "No matter what." And Midnight, allowing herself for once to be completely vulnerable, whispered, "No matter how long we have to wait." They remained like that, 6 souls intertwined, while the night continued outside. And somewhere in the cosmos, the tree of all shone a little more brightly, its branches spreading in new directions. The story was evolving, love was growing, and the challenge that El Observador had warned about, it was approaching. 2 weeks after the Hosu incident, life at UA had returned to some semblance of normalcy. The students of Class 1A had gathered for their final exams, both written and practical. Izuku, maintaining his self-imposed limitations during the practical exams, had fought all might alongside Bakugo. It was brutal, exhausting, and absolutely perfect for his growth. Now, seated in the classroom, Aizawa stood before them with his usual tired expression. "Everyone passed," he said without preamble. "Some barely made it." His gaze fell on Kaminari, "but they all passed." Which means they're eligible for summer training camp. The class erupted in excitement. Yes, Kirishima shouted. Manly training in the forest. I hope there are adequate training facilities, Momo murmured. Sounds fun, Hiro, Tsuyu commented. Aizawa raised a hand to calm them. The camp will last a week. It will be in a remote location in the mountains. And it will be intense. The Pussy Cats, a team of professional heroes specializing in training, will be in charge. The goal, he continued, is to push them beyond their current limits. To improve their quirks, to strengthen their weaknesses, and to prepare them to obtain their provisional hero licenses. Izuku listened intently, but a part of him, that part that could sense the currents of fate, felt a warning tingle. Something about this camp was important. Critical. Timelines swirled around this event like a vortex. You have 3 days off before you leave, Aizawa said. Use them wisely. Rest. Prepare yourselves. And, he paused, stay safe. Recent incidents remind us that villains are active. After class, while the students were packing, Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Todoroki. Midoriya, he said in his usual monotone voice, I wanted to thank you. Again. For Hosu. For the sports festival. For everything. You don't need to thank me. Yes, I do need to, Todoroki interrupted. You saved me, not just physically, but, he touched his left side, where his flames resided, you saved me from myself. That's something I can never repay. He extended his hand. Friends. True friends. Izuku shook her hand. Friends. As Todoroki walked away, Bakugo passed them, muttering something about, damn sentimental nerds, but even he seemed less hostile lately. The Hosu incident, where Izuku had risked his life for Ida and Todoroki, had changed something in how Bakugo saw him. Reluctant respect, perhaps, or at least recognition that Deku was no longer the powerless child of his childhood. That night, Izuku was summoned to Principal Nezu's office. When he arrived, he found not only Nezu, but also All Might, Aizawa, and surprisingly, several pro-heroes he didn't immediately recognize. Ah, young Midoriya, Nezu gestured toward a chair. Thank you for coming. Please meet our guests. These are members of a special group. One of the heroes, a woman with short silver hair and eyes that shone with sharp intelligence, stepped forward. I'm Arya, from the Public Safety Intelligence Department. We've been monitoring villainous activities since the USJ attack and the Hosu incident. He pulled out a tablet, displaying images of well-known villains. The League of Villains has been unusually quiet. Too quiet, and our sources suggest they're planning something big. What does that have to do with me? Izuku asked, though he could sense where this was going. All Might spoke, his voice deep. Young Midoriya, you are unique. Your power demonstrated at the sports festival, your handling of the Nomu incident, your confrontation with Stain, you have become a symbol. A symbol of hope for some, a threat to others. We believe, Aizawa said, that the League of Villains might be interested in you. Either to recruit you or to eliminate you. Nezu took over. The training camp is secret. The location is hidden, but we can't rule out the possibility of a leak. That's why we want you to be prepared. Arya leaned forward. Midoriya-kun, I know you've been holding back your powers as part of your training. But if something happens during training camp, if the League attacks, we need to know, will you fight at full power? Izuku considered the question carefully. He had enjoyed the limitations, the challenge, the humanity of fighting without his omnipotence. But if his friends, if those he loved, were in danger. If someone I care about is in danger, he finally said, I will use whatever it takes to protect them. Including my full power. All Might nodded approvingly. That's the answer of a true hero. But, Izuku added, I hope it doesn't come to that. I hope the camp is just training. The glances exchanged between the adults told him that they too had been expecting it, but they didn't believe it. Izuku had decided to spend his free time with each of his 5 loved ones individually, quality time they had been waiting for. The first day belonged to Ochako. He took her to an amusement park, a simple but perfect choice for the girl who loved floating in joy. Deku-kun. Ochako laughed as they got off a roller coaster, her hair a mess but her eyes sparkling. That was amazing. Shall we do it again? If you want, Izuku smiled, holding her hand as they walked. They spent the day at various attractions, eating cotton candy, winning prizes in games. It was normal, mundane, perfect. As the sun began to set, they sat on the Ferris wheel at the top, overlooking the city below them. Deku-kun, Ochako said softly, her blush present but her voice serious, can I ask you something? Anything. Do you ever regret it? Choosing to be with all of us, I mean. Wouldn't it be easier to just choose one? Izuku gently cupped her face in his hands. Ochako, my heart doesn't work like normal human hearts. I don't love any of you less because I love the others. My love multiplies, it doesn't divide. I know, but, and if I had to choose one, she continued, I would be choosing to lose 4 people who make my life richer, fuller, more real. I don't regret it for a second. He kissed her, softly and sweetly, as the Ferris wheel reached its highest point. I love you, Ochako Uraraka. Your joy, your determination, your kind heart. Never forget it. Ochako clung to him, tears of happiness in her eyes. I love you too, Deku-kun. So much it sometimes scares me. They remained like that, suspended high above the world, while the city lights flickered below. On the second day, Izuku took Momo to an art museum and then to a historical library. Did you know, Momo said as they examined ancient manuscripts, that this text is from the Heian period. The calligraphy is exquisite. Izuku smiled, watching her more than the text. The way her eyes sparkled when she learned something new, how her fingers traced the letters with reverence. You are beautiful when you are absorbed in knowledge, she said. Momo blushed. Izuku, we're in a library. Which only makes it more appropriate to tell the truth. He leaned closer, speaking softly. Momo Yaoyorozu, your mind is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. The way you think, how you analyze, how you create solutions where others see problems. Izuku, her voice was barely a whisper. You make me want to create universes just to give them to you. Just to see what you would do with infinite possibilities. Momo laid down the manuscript and kissed it, right there in the silent library, with centuries of knowledge surrounding them. It was perfect. Later, in a quiet cafe, Momo asked, what will happen at the camp? I can sense you're worried. Izuku couldn't lie to her. There could be trouble, the villains could attack, and I will protect everyone, no matter the cost. Momo placed her hand on the table. Then I will fight too. I will not only be protected, I will be your ally. You are more than my ally, Momo. You are my equal. Her eyes widened at those words. Then she smiled, small but genuine. Then let's fight together. The third day was complicated because Kyoka, Najire, and Midnight, who had taken a personal day, all wanted to see him. So she did something unconventional. She took them all to a private rooftop of a building that Momo had arranged through her family. This is weird, Kyoka commented, but she was smiling. Like a superhero group date. I love it. Najire floated in circles. It's like our little secret club. The We Love Midoriya-kun Club. Midnight, dressed in civilian clothes, laughed. That's a terrible name, Najire. But precise. Najire landed next to Izuku, grabbing his arm. They spent the day together, talking, laughing, sharing stories. Kyoka played the guitar, creating spontaneous melodies. Najire performed physics-defying flying tricks. Midnight shared stories from her student days. And Izuku simply loved them, each and every one of them, together and separately. As the sun set, Midnight spoke softly. I know something's going to happen soon. I can feel it. The others fell silent, staring at her. Me too, Kyoka admitted. It's like an approaching storm. What do we do? Najire asked, unusually serious. Izuku looked at all of them. These 5 women who had captured his heart in ways he never anticipated. We trust each other, he said firmly. And no matter what happens, remember this, I love you. Every single one of you. More deeply than words can express. They gathered around him in a group hug, something that was becoming their tradition. Together, Momo murmured. Always, Ochako added. No matter what, Kyoka said. Against all odds, Najire smiled. Forever, Midnight finished. And Izuku, holding these 5 souls, felt something change inside him. The limitations she had imposed upon herself, the seal on her powers, began to loosen. Not completely, but enough. Because if something threatened these women, if something tried to take them away, he would remember who he really was. Not just Izuku Midoriya, a student, but the creator of the Tree of All. And no force in this universe or any other could stop it. The day of departure arrived. The students of Class 1A gathered early in the morning, boarding 2 buses. Izuku noticed how Ochako and Momo were staying close to him, more so than usual. He also noticed how Bakugo was occasionally glancing at him, as if he, too, sensed that something was about to happen. Aizawa, standing at the front of the bus, made one last announcement. Remember, this camp is confidential. You haven't posted about it on social media, have you? They all shook their heads. Good. Then let's go. The journey was long. They crossed the city, then the suburbs, finally reaching the remote mountains covered in dense forests. When they finally stopped at a scenic clearing, Aizawa said, "We've arrived. Everyone get out." The students stepped outside, stretching after the long journey. The view was breathtaking. Forest as far as the eye could see, with a distant cabin visible in the distance. "Welcome," a cheerful voice echoed. 4 figures in cat costumes appeared. The Pussy Cats. Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Ragdoll, and Tiger. "We are the Pussy Cats," they announced in formation, "and we'll be training you this week." Pixie Bob stepped forward, smiling mischievously. "But first, a little test. Do you see that cabin?" He pointed toward the distant facility, kilometers away through dense forest. "You have to get there before 12:30 p.m. using only your quirks. The forest is full of earth beasts, creatures I created with my quirk. Good luck." Before anyone could protest, Pixie Bob used his quirk to create a landslide, pushing all the students from the clearing into the forest below. Ah! Screams filled the air as they fell. Izuku, even with his limited mobility, landed gracefully. Around him, his classmates were beginning to get up, looking at the dense forest with apprehension. "Well," Kaminari laughed nervously, "this is going to be interesting." What they didn't know was that, in the shadows of the forest, eyes were watching them. Eyes that belonged to villains. Eyes that had been waiting for this exact moment. The League of Villains had arrived. And everything was about to change. The students of Class 1A scattered throughout the forest, facing Pixie Bob's earth beasts. They were massive creatures made of earth and rock, each designed to challenge different types of quirks. Izuku, despite his limitations, fought alongside Todoroki and Bakugo against a particularly large, bear-like beast. "Move it, Deku!" roared Bakugo, unleashing massive explosions. Todoroki created a wall of ice, channeling the beast into a position where Izuku could strike it at its weak point, the compacted earth core at its center. With a minimally enhanced blow, just enough to shatter rock, Izuku destroyed the core. The beast crumbled. "Good job," Todoroki nodded. Bakugo grunted something incomprehensible but not insulting, which was progress. Later on, Ochako and Tsuyu worked together, using zero gravity and Tsuyu's tongue to take down smaller beasts. "Deku-kun is ahead," Ochako pointed out, then blushed as she realized how obvious her constant attention to him was. Tsuyu looked at her with her big eyes. "You love him, Hiro." "I. Well, yes," Ochako admitted, her blush deepening. "But it's complicated because there are others," Tsuyu finished. "I know. Everyone knows. Hiro, don't you think it's strange?" Tsuyu considered this as they dodged another attack. "It's unconventional. But Midoriya-chan is unconventional. And if everyone's happy, who are we to judge?" Nearby, Momo led a group that included Jiro, Kaminari, and Yaoyorozu, strategically creating tools to overcome the beasts with minimal effort. "Jiro-san," Momo said as she created a cannon, "use your sound quirk to disorient that beast. Kaminari-san, charge it with electricity when I tell you to." His strategy worked perfectly. The beast fell, but while they were celebrating, none of them noticed the shadows moving among the trees. Shadows that did not belong to the earth beasts. It arrived without warning. One of the earth beasts exploded, not because of a student quirk, but because of something else. Blue fire, unnatural and intensely hot. What the hell? Bakugo looked around, his fighting instincts kicking in. Then it appeared, a figure engulfed in blue flames, with burned skin held together by staples. "Hello, future heroes," Dabi smiled sadistically. The League of Villains sends its regards. Before anyone could react, the forest was filled with villains. Dozens of them, emerging from portals of black fog. Villains, Iida shouted. Everyone, defensive formation. But it was chaos. The students were scattered, separated by miles of dense forest. Izuku, sensing the change in the air, immediately began running towards where he felt the largest concentrations of his classmates. Todoroki, Bakugo, regroup with the others. But before they could move, a figure blocked them. Muscular, the villain Izuku recognized from the original timelines. Massive, with grotesquely bulging muscles, grinning wildly. You, Muscular pointed at Izuku, you're the one from the sports festival. The one with the flowers. The League wants you alive, but, he flexed, his muscles growing even larger, they didn't say I couldn't break you a little first. It launched with brutal speed. Izuku, still limited, barely blocked the blow, and the impact sent him flying backward, crashing into a tree with enough force to crack it. The pain exploded in his back. Broken ribs, probably, along with his locked arm. Midoriya, Todoroki launched a massive wave of ice towards Muscular. The villain crushed him with a single blow, laughing. It's useless. My muscles can grow infinitely. I'm invincible. Bakugo attacked from above with explosions, but Muscular ignored them, tanking the damage with sheer muscle mass. Izuku stood up, spitting blood. His side was healing slowly, slower than it should have been because he had maintained his limitations even now. But beyond that, he could sense his teammates in trouble. I could feel Ochako, facing a villain with knives. I could feel Momo, defending younger students from multiple attackers. And then he felt something that made his blood run cold. A dark power, ancient, familiar, all for one was here. Elsewhere in the forest, Ochako was fighting Toga Himiko, a girl with blonde pigtails and a maniacal smile, wielding knives. You're so cute. Toga laughed as she attacked. Your blood must be delicious. And you love Izuku-kun, right? I can see it in your eyes. I love him too. We're the same. We're nothing alike. Ochako dodged, using her quirk to make rocks float and throw them. But Toga was fast, too fast. A knife pierced Ochako's defense, severing her arm. Ah, your blood. Toga licked the knife. Delicious. Now I can become Yuen. A fog portal appeared behind Ochako. No, she screamed, but hands grabbed her, pulling her back through the portal. Ochako. Suyu jumped towards her, but the portal closed. Deeper in the forest, Momo had created a barricade, protecting Kota and Sato from several villains. Everyone stay behind me, he ordered, creating a cannon. But then he appeared, Mr. Compress, a villain with a mask and theatrical flair. What a spectacle, he exclaimed. The brilliant Yaoyorozu, your quirk would be an excellent prize. She reached out her hand, and before Momo could react, her quirk compressed it into a small, glowing marble. Yaoyorozu, Juro shouted, lunging forward, but Mr. Compress had already pulled her into a portal. Bakugo fought fiercely against Muscular alongside Todoroki, giving Izuku time to recover. Deku, Bakugo roared, get up, damn it. We need you. But then Kurogiri appeared, surrounding Bakugo with mist. Young Bakugo, said the fog villain's calm voice. Another prime target. Let me go, bastards. Bakugo exploded wildly, but the fog swallowed him up. Kachan. Izuku staggered forward, but Muscular blocked his path. Where do you think you're going? Todoroki tried to help, but more villains appeared, surrounding him. Izuku stood there, bleeding, broken, as he felt through the forest, through the tree of everything itself. What had happened? Ochako, kidnapped. Momo, kidnapped. Bakugo, kidnapped. And throughout the forest, his companions were fighting, injured, some on the verge of death. Kota, a small child the pussycats were taking care of, being attacked. Students being overwhelmed. His friends were bleeding. And at the center of it all, he felt the presence of All for One, that darkness that had chosen corruption over creation. Something broke inside Izuku, not his body, that could heal, not his spirit, that was eternal, but the limitations he had imposed on himself, the seals in their possession, the chains he had forged to experience humanity. They broke, all at once. The air changed, the temperature dropped, then rose, then became unstable. The sky over the forest darkened even though it was midday. And from Izuku Midoriya emanated a power that made even All for One, miles away, stop. Her eyes, those emerald green eyes, began to glow with a light that contained entire galaxies. Her hair floated as if it were underwater, each strand glowing with green energy. And from the ground beneath him sprouted roots, golden roots of the tree of All itself, piercing through reality, spreading in all directions. Muscular, who had been preparing to strike another blow, froze. What the hell? Izuku spoke, and his voice resonated with impossible harmonics, as if 1,000 versions of himself were speaking in unison across time and space. Enough. One word, but with her, the entire forest was transformed. The earth beasts disintegrated. The villains within a kilometer collapsed, unconscious. The pain disappeared from each injured student. And the roots, those golden roots, spread like a net throughout the entire forest, connecting everything, seeing everything, feeling everything. Muscular tried to move, tried to attack. Izuku looked at him. The villain was turned into a crystal statue, perfectly preserved but completely immobile. I don't have time for you, Izuku said, and there was something in his voice, a coldness, a finality, that had never been there before. Because this was no longer Izuku the student. This was the creator of the Tree of Everything. And someone had touched what was his. Throughout the forest, each student felt the change. What is that? Juro whispered, her headphone jacks detecting energy waves that shouldn't be possible. Midoriya, Todoroki knew instinctively, seeing the golden roots spreading. This is. The pussy cats, at the training facility, watched with wide eyes as monitors displayed energy readings that shattered their instruments. Who is that student? Mandalay whispered. At the League of Villains headquarters, All for One sensed the shift in power and smiled. Though for the first time in decades, there was a hint of uncertainty in that smile. Interesting, he murmured. Very interesting. Kurogiri, bring in our guests. And get ready. Prepare for what, teacher? To meet someone. Izuku started walking. Don't run. Don't fly. Walk. But with each step, the space folded. One step carried him kilometers. The roots stretched out before him, showing him everything. He saw Ochako, Momo, and Bakugo, compressed into marbles by Mr. Compress, being transported through a portal by Kurogiri. He saw the League's base, a warehouse on the outskirts of the city. He saw All for One waiting, with Shigaraki by his side. And he saw the danger his friends would face if he didn't arrive on time. Todoroki, she spoke, her voice reaching the boy of ice and fire regardless of the distance. Take everyone back to the facility. Heal the wounded. Keep everyone safe. What are you going to do? Todoroki asked. I'm going to get back what's mine. The League of Villains warehouse was in the city's industrial suburbs, an abandoned building that no hero had thought to check out. Inside, Kurogiri had freed the 3 kidnapped students from their marble forms. Ochako woke up first, immediately touching her body, searching for injuries. Where? Welcome, said a voice from the shadows. All for One emerged, a man in an immaculate suit, with a face that had been reconstructed so many times it was difficult to tell what he had originally looked like. He wore a respirator, and his eyes, or where his eyes would have been, glowed with dark power. Momo woke up, immediately creating a staff. Let us go. In due time, All for One smiled. First, we have business. Young Bakugo, we brought you here because we believe you have the potential for greatness. Join us. Go to hell. Bakugo spat, explosions crackling in his hands. Predictable, All for One sighed. And you too, ladies. We brought you here because you're close to someone we're interested in. Izuku Midoriya, Ochako and Momo exchanged glances. What do they want with Deku? Ochako demanded. I want to know him. Understand him. And perhaps, All for One leaned forward, to take him. His power would be an exquisite addition to my collection. You'll never touch him, Momo said in an icy voice. Izuku is. He couldn't finish. Because the building shook. Not like an earthquake. As if the very fabric of reality were being torn. The walls began to shimmer with golden veins, roots seeping through the concrete, from reality itself. All for One stood up, his smile fading. Impossible. He couldn't have arrived that fast. The front door, solid reinforced steel, simply ceased to exist. It didn't explode. It wasn't knocked down. It simply dematerialized into golden dust. And standing there, framed by emerald green light that made the air ripple and distort, was Izuku Midoriya. But not the student they knew. This was something more. Her hair floated, glowing with inner energy. Her eyes held galaxies that swirled and died. The roots of the tree of everything coiled around her feet, spreading into the building, reclaiming it. And when he spoke, his voice echoed through multiple dimensions at once. Let go of my beloved. All for one was out of breath, something he hadn't done in years. Because by looking at this being, he finally understood. This was not a student with a powerful quirk. This was the one who had created the quirks. The one who had created this world. The creator of the tree of all itself. So, All for One managed to smile, although his heart, dark as it was, beat with something akin to fear. We finally meet. Free them, Izuku repeated, taking a step forward. With that step, reality rippled. Or you will learn why even darkness fears the creator. At the Hero Network Japan News Center, producers were monitoring emergency signals when something extraordinary happened. All screens, every television, telephone, computer in Japan, flickered simultaneously. What the hell? A technician slammed his fist on his console. The streams are being overridden. But it wasn't a hack. It was the tree of everything itself, its roots extending through electromagnetic waves, internet lines, every means of communication. Izuku had decided the world would see this. He would see what happened when someone touched what was his. Screens across Japan displayed the interior of the League of Villains warehouse. The image was crystal clear, better than any human-made camera could capture, because it wasn't being filmed. It was being observed directly through the tree of everything. Are you watching this? A reporter in the main studio whispered into his microphone. This is a live broadcast from the League of Villains hideout. And that's Izuku Midoriya. In homes across Japan, families gathered around their televisions. At UA, students and teachers crowded around the screens, Aizawa clenching his fists. In hospitals, patients pressed the call button to alert nurses. In the streets, giant screens in Shibuya displayed the scene as crowds stopped to watch. And all over the world, because the broadcast wasn't limited to Japan, people watched as a teenager faced off against the most feared villain in modern history. Inside the warehouse, All for One watched Izuku with a mixture of fascination and calculated caution. You're different from what I expected, All for One said, his voice modulated through his respirator. When I heard about the miracle hero, who turned battles into gardens, I thought you were a naive idealist. But this, he gestured toward the golden roots that now covered the walls, this is real power. Free, my beloved, Izuku repeated, his voice resonating with harmonics that made the air vibrate. Each word was like a contained thunderclap. Ochako, Momo, and Bakugo watched in utter astonishment. They had seen Izuku do incredible things before, but this. Deku-kun, Ochako whispered, your eyes. Because Izuku's eyes weren't just green now. They were windows to eternities, galaxies being born and dying, stars exploding in supernovas, black holes consuming light itself. And yet, when he glanced briefly at Ochako and Momo, there was warmth in that vastness. I'm here, he said, his voice momentarily softer. No one will hurt you. I promise. All for One laughed, a dark, ancient sound. Promises. How human. But tell me, Creator, because that's your name, isn't it? What exactly are you? Your power exceeds any known quirk. The readings we receive from you break all scientific models. I don't have a quirk. Izuku took another step forward, and with that step, the gravity in the room fluctuated. Dust and debris began to float. Quirks are rules I wrote in this world. I exist outside of those rules. Interesting. All for One activated his quirk, sensing Izuku's body. And what he felt made him pale. No, I can't sense any quirk factor in you. It's as if you don't exist under the same physical laws as the rest of us. Because I don't exist. Izuku raised a hand, and golden roots sprouted from his palm, forming intricate patterns in the air. I am the one who created those laws. I molded this universe from nothing. I shaped every atom, wrote every law of physics, and designed the very concept of quirks. On screens around the world, billions of people watched, breathless. Did you hear that? A news commentator in the United States whispered. Did he say he created the universe? It has to be a metaphor, another replied, but his voice lacked conviction. Did you see his eyes? A third commentator pointed out. That's not human. All for one decided to test Izuku's claims. Kurogiri, he ordered, attack him. The fog villain materialized behind Izuku, opening a portal designed to decapitate him, a portal that connected the space behind his neck to the void of outer space. Izuku didn't even turn around. The portal simply reversed. Instead of taking Izuku's head, it began to suck in Kurogiri himself. Master. Kurogiri fought against the attraction, but it was useless. Your portals, Izuku said calmly, are basic space manipulation. I created space. Did you really think it would work against me? He snapped his fingers. Kurogiri froze. Not in ice, but in time itself. He was suspended in mid-panic, completely immobile. Oh my god, a reporter on the broadcast whispered. He just froze time. Just for that villain. How? All for one watched, his mind working at superhuman speed. His quirk allowed him to steal and store other quirks, hundreds of them accumulated over generations. But he had never encountered anything like this. Impressive, he admitted. So, what about this? He activated multiple quirks simultaneously. Strength increases that made him stronger than All Might. Multiplication of impact that amplified the damage. Regeneration that healed any wound. Manipulation of air that compressed the atmosphere in supersonic projectiles. He unleashed everything against Izuku, a blast of power accumulated over a century of stealing quirks. The attack was devastating. The warehouse exploded. The walls disintegrated. The floor cracked. Ochako, Momo, and Bakugo were thrown backward by the shockwave. The dust settled. Izuku was still standing in the exact same spot, completely untouched. He hadn't dodged. He hadn't blocked. She had simply decided that attacks did not exist in her personal space. Are you finished? Izuku asked, his tone almost bored. All over the world, people gasped. Impossible. A professional hero in the United States stared, speechless. All for one used enough power to destroy a city district. And the boy didn't even move, another added in amazement. My turn, Izuku said. He raised both hands, and the world changed. The golden roots that had been growing silently exploded in all directions. They pierced walls, floors, ceilings, but they destroyed nothing. Instead, they transformed. The concrete turned to glass. The metal turned to gold. The air itself began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. And every villain in the building, Dabi, Toga, Mr. Compress, Spinner, Twice, everyone, was enveloped in cocoons of golden light. What? Shigaraki tried using his decay quirk, touching the roots. Nothing happened. His power simply wasn't working. Your quirks, Izuku explained, walking toward All for One as the transformations continued, are permissions I granted to humanity in this world. But I can revoke permissions. He snapped his fingers again. Every villain, except All for One, lost access to their quirks. Not permanently, but at this moment, in this space that Izuku had claimed, they were ordinary humans. This is, All for One finally showed true shock in his voice, this is beyond anything I've ever seen. Who are you really? Izuku stopped 3 meters away from him. And when he spoke, his voice resonated not only in the warehouse but in the hearts of every person watching through every screen in the world. I am Izuku Midoriya. But before that name existed, before this world existed, before emptiness itself whispered its first nothingness, I already was. Golden roots sprouted behind him, forming the massive image of the tree of everything, its branches extending into dimensions that cameras could not fully capture but that every viewer could feel in their souls. I am the creator of the tree of all. Every universe, every reality, every timeline, are branches on my tree. Every living being, every soul, every thought and dream, are leaves that bloom on those branches. His eyes shone more brightly. This world is one I created. Quirks are a system I designed. And you, All for One, have been stealing gifts I freely gave. The image on screens around the world zoomed in on All for One's face, capturing the moment when decades of arrogance met the impossible truth. Chaos reigned in news studios around the world. Are you recording this? Confirm you're recording. Social media is exploding. #TreeCreator is trending worldwide. The scientists are calling. They want to analyze. Analyze what? He just claimed to be the creator of the universe and seems to be proving it. At UA, Principal Nezu watched with a smile that was half scientific fascination, half primal fear. So he wasn't lying, she murmured. Everything he told me was true. All Might, in his skeletal form, had tears streaming down his cheeks. Young Midoriya, you are showing the world that true power is not for conquering. It is for protecting. The students in Class 1A watched with mixed expressions of amazement and concern. That's our classmate, Kirishima whispered. That guy who sits with us at lunch, he's a god. Not a god, Todoroki corrected, his eyes fixed on the screen. Something more, something bigger. In the transformed warehouse, Ochako and Momo held each other, watching the man they loved reveal his true nature to the world. Deku-kun, Ochako whispered, you were always special. But this, it's terrifying, Momo admitted. And beautiful. And, it's him, Bakugo finished surprisingly, his voice lacking its usual aggression. All that power, and he uses it to save us. Damn nerd. All for One, recovering from his initial shock, activated all of his remaining quirks. Dozens, hundreds of powers accumulated over generations. I don't care what you are. He roared. No one is above me. He threw everything, every stolen quirk, every accumulated power, every reserve of energy he had stored for decades. The attack was apocalyptic. Waves of kinetic force mixed with beams of pure energy, elemental manipulation in every form, mental attacks designed to destroy minds, spatial distortions to tear reality apart. It was an attack that could have destroyed an entire city. He hit Izuku directly, and when the dust settled, Izuku held everything in his hand. Literally, the attacks, all that devastating energy, had been compressed into a sphere the size of a baseball, spinning in his palm. And as the world watched, Izuku began to transform it. Dark energy turned into golden light. The destructive elements merged into harmony. The mental attacks became silent songs. This, Izuku said, holding the sphere that now glowed with warm light, is the difference between you and me, all for one. You take, I create, you destroy, I transform. He closed his hand around the sphere. When she opened it, there was a flower, perfect, impossible, glowing with an inner light. Not just any flower, but one that constantly changed, showing every kind of flower that had ever existed or ever would exist. All your power, all your darkness accumulated over decades. Izuku offered her the flower, isn't worth a single life. Not worth a single smile from the people I love. All over the world, people were crying. They didn't know why, but something about that moment, seeing pure darkness transformed into beauty, touched something deep in human souls. It's a miracle, a reporter sobbed live on air. A true miracle. More than that, another added. It's hope. Hope that no matter how dark things are, they can be transformed. All for One fell to his knees. Not because Izuku had attacked him, but because finally, after centuries of existence, he had found something he could not steal, could not corrupt, could not understand. Why? She asked, her voice breaking. If you're so powerful, why not just eliminate me? Why offer mercy? Izuku knelt in front of him, holding the flower. Because I created this world with free will. I created the capacity to choose, good or evil, light or darkness. You chose darkness, but even now, even after all you've done. She pressed the flower against All for One's chest. Something happened. All for One screamed. Not from pain, but from something deeper. Golden light spread from the flower, seeping into his body, reaching his very soul. And for the first time in decades, All for One felt something he didn't know he had lost. Remorse. The people he had killed. The lives he had ruined. The quirks he had stolen, along with the souls attached to them. Everything came back to him in a torrent of overwhelming guilt. No. Tears, real, not fake, streamed down her reconstructed face. What have you done to me? I gave you back your humanity. Izuku stood up. What you do with it now, that's your choice. She turned to where Ochako, Momo, and Bakugo were standing. It's time to go home. The golden roots gently enveloped them, preparing to teleport them back to UA. But before they could leave, All for One spoke one last time. Creator. His voice was small now, devoid of its former arrogance. Is there redemption for someone like me? Izuku stopped, Looking back, redemption is not something I grant, he said. It's something you choose. Every day, with every action. Start by doing the right thing, even when it's difficult. Especially when it's difficult. But after everything I've done, after everything you've done, you're still alive. You can still choose. That means there's hope. Izuku smiled. A small but genuine smile. Even for you. And with that, they disappeared in golden light. The moment the broadcast ended, the world exploded. Emergency phone lines collapsed. Social media networks collapsed under the weight of billions of simultaneous posts. The news servers were overloaded. And in every language, in every country, on every continent, people were talking about the same thing. The creator of the Tree of Everything. Izuku Midoriya. The boy who claimed to have created the universe. And perhaps, just perhaps, he really had. The headlines were writing themselves. God among US. UA. Student reveals divine power. The end of the quirk era. Midoriya claims to have created them. All for one defeated. Villain of the century cries before 15-year-old student. Religion or reality. The world debates the claims of the creator. An emergency session was convened at the United Nations. What do we do with this information? A delegate asked. As a being who claims to have created the universe currently enrolled in a Japanese high school. The transmission's energy readings, a scientist presented data, exceed anything in our models. If he is who he claims to be, so we have God walking among us, another concluded. And he's on the side of the heroes. At the Vatican, the Pope made a statement. What we have witnessed defies understanding. But one thing is clear. This young man uses his power to heal, to protect, to transform darkness into light. Regardless of his true nature, these are divine values. In temples, mosques, synagogues, and places of worship around the world, religious leaders grappled with the implications. But in the streets, among ordinary people, the reaction was simpler. Hope. For the first time in decades, since the emergence of quirks and the chaos that followed, people felt real hope. Because if someone so powerful chose kindness, chose protection, chose love, then perhaps the world would be all right after all. When Izuku, Ochako, Momo, and Bakugo materialized on the UA grounds, they were greeted by the entire school staff, the rescued students, and a wall of cameras that had somehow managed to breach security. Aizawa immediately positioned himself between them and the cameras. All media off campus. Now. But it was too late. Images of his arrival were already being broadcast live. All Might, in his muscular form, approached. Young Midoriya, he said softly, we need to talk. Immediately. But before they could move, Ochako and Momo collapsed on top of Izuku, crying. We thought we'd lose you, Ochako sobbed. When we saw what you were like, we thought maybe you'd be too different, too. Never. Izuku held them tightly. No matter what else, I'm yours. Always. Momo clung tighter. The whole world saw. Everyone knows now. Let them know. Izuku kissed her forehead. No more secrets. No more limitations. If they love a god, a creator, whatever it is that I am, then the world can know. Even Bakugo, who had been silent, spoke. Deku. Her voice was strangely soft. Thank you. For saving me, even after all the hell I've put you through. Izuku smiled at him. That's what friends do, Kachan. That night, while the world was still processing, while news programs were still analyzing every second of the broadcast, while scientists debated and philosophers theorized, Izuku sat in his room in the dormitory, and one by one, they arrived. Ochako first, climbing up through her window. Then Momo, using a key that he had given her. Kyoka appeared, having run from her internship the moment she found out. Nejire literally floated out the window, not caring about discretion. And finally, Midnight, using a secret passage known only to the teachers, entered. The five of them and he sat in his room, on his bed, on his floor, simply holding each other. The world changed today, Momo said softly. The world saw you today, Nejire corrected. The real you, not the student, not the classmate. The creator. Are you scared? Izuku asked. Of what I am. Terrified, Kyoka admitted, but also, amazed, proud, and still completely in love with you. Ochako took his hand. Deku-kun, I fell in love with the boy who saved me during the entrance exam. The one who turned robots into gardens. The one who makes everyone around him want to be better. And that boy, Momo added, turns out to be a universe creator as well. That's just a bonus. Midnight laughed through her tears. My life has become the most surreal thing. I'm in love with my student who happens to be literally the creator of existence. And you still love me? Izuku asked, vulnerable for the first time that night. More than ever, the five of them replied in unison. They remained like that, 6 souls intertwined, while outside the world tried to understand what they had witnessed. And somewhere in the cosmos, the tree of everything shone brighter than ever, its branches extending in new directions. Because today, something fundamental had changed. Izuku was no longer hiding who he was. The world knew the truth. And instead of fear, she had chosen hope. The months following Izuku's revelation were complicated. The world didn't quite know how to process the existence of a being who claimed, and seemingly proved, to be the creator of the universe. Reactions ranged from religious adoration to scientific skepticism, but there was a universal consensus. Izuku Midoriya was the most powerful being on the planet. And he was on her side. UA had to implement unprecedented security measures. Not against villains. Those practically disappeared after the global broadcast, but against the media attention and the religious pilgrims who appeared at the school's gates. This is a logistical nightmare, Aizawa complained as he reviewed the interview requests. We have requests from 47 countries, 12 religious organizations, and the UN wants Midoriya to speak before the General Assembly. Reject them all, Principal Nezu said, taking a sip of tea, surprisingly calm. Young Midoriya came here to be a student. That's what he'll remain. But normal was relative. When Izuku walked through the hallways, students from other years would instinctively bow, not out of fear, but out of reverential respect. Some even prayed as he passed. Please don't do that, Izuku pleaded regularly, blushing. I'm just me. You are literally God, a sophomore murmured. I am not a god. I am a creator. It's different. Gods demand worship. I simply exist. Class 1A adapted differently. After weeks of initial awkwardness, Kirishima was the first to break the tension. Hey, Midoriya, he said during lunch, can you create infinite food? Because the cafeteria's curry ran out and I'm starving. Izuku blinked, then laughed, a genuine laugh that made all the tension in the dining room evaporate. Technically you could, but that would ruin the local economy. It's better to just order a sandwich. And so, gradually, they became classmates again. More or less. The League of Villains officially disbanded a week after the confrontation. All for One disappeared. He wasn't arrested or defeated, he simply left. He left behind a handwritten note found in the abandoned warehouse. I'm going to seek redemption. I don't know if it's possible for someone like me. But a creator offered me hope. It would be a betrayal not to try. If I return, it will be as something better. Or I won't return at all. Shigaraki Tamura was found meditating at a temple in the mountains. He voluntarily surrendered to the authorities, requesting psychological help. I saw something that day, he told the detective who was questioning him. I saw that even the deepest darkness can be transformed. If he could transform my master's attacks into a flower, then perhaps he can transform me too. The other members of the League followed similar paths. Toga sought therapy. Dabi reunited with his family. Spinner opened a comic book store. The crime rate in Japan fell by 87% in 6 months. Globally, the rate fell 62%. Because the villains, even the petty criminals, now knew they were being watched. Not by cameras or satellites. By the creator himself. And he had shown that he preferred transformation over punishment, but that he would protect the innocent with absolute power. Izuku tried to keep a low profile. He failed spectacularly. His name became synonymous with hope. Artists from all over the world created works inspired by him. Composers wrote symphonies. Poets dedicated entire verses to him. Miracle Hero was no longer just a nickname. It was a globally recognized title. But what affected him most were the letters. Thousands. Tens of thousands. From all over the world. Dear Midoriya-sama, my daughter has terminal cancer. I know you can't save everyone, but could you visit her? Just once. To give her hope. Midoriya-kun, I'm a former villain. Your broadcast made me cry for the first time in 20 years. I'm looking for help now. Thank you, Creator. I don't know if you're truly divine or not. But you saved me from committing suicide. Thank you for existing. Izuku read each one, and he cried more times than he could count. I can't save them all individually, he confessed to Ochako one night, his eyes red with tears. I could, technically, I could cure every disease, stop every tragedy. But then I would eliminate free will. I would turn everyone into puppets living in a meaningless utopia. Ochako hugged him tightly. I know, and they know it too, deep down. They just want to know there's hope. And you give them that. Is it enough? It has to be. Because you're amazing, Deku-kun. But even you can't be everything to everyone. Her relationships with Ochako, Momo, Kyoka, Nejire, and Midnight deepened during that year. The first four were relatively public now. They were regularly seen with Izuku, and although rumors circulated, no one dared to comment negatively. Midnight remained in the shadows, patiently waiting until graduation. But their stolen moments, late meetings, secret conversations, hidden kisses, were precious to them both. 2 more years, Midnight sighed one night in her office, snuggled up to Izuku. Just 2 more years and I can shout to the world that I love you. It's worth the wait. Izuku kissed her forehead. Everything worthwhile is. The first year ended with final exams. Izuku, of course, got perfect scores on everything, not because he cheated with his power, but because he had literally created the concepts that were being tested. It's unfair, Kaminari complained. He wrote the laws of physics. Of course he can pass physics. Then maybe you should study more, Momo replied dryly, earning laughter from the whole class. The closing ceremony was surreal. Principal Nezu gave a speech about growth and potential, but his eyes kept drifting to Izuku. Class 1A, he concluded, have overcome challenges no previous class has faced. Real villains, real threats, and you've had the privilege, and sometimes the burden, of studying alongside the most extraordinary being of our time. Learn from him, not his power, but his kindness. Izuku's 3rd year was markedly different from his first. For starters, he no longer tried to hide. He accepted selective interviews. He visited hospitals and disaster zones. He spoke at the UN about peace and human potential. He had become, without trying, a global leader. But he still attended classes. He still had lunch with his friends. He still trained. Not because he needed to, but because he enjoyed the process. His relationship with All Might evolved into a genuine brotherhood. It was no longer teacher and student, but 2 symbols of hope learning from each other. Young Midoriya, All Might told him during their final training session, you have surpassed everything I ever dreamed of for the wielder of One for All. Though you don't need my power, you do need my experience. Remember, a symbol isn't just strong. It's constant. With Bakugo, he developed something resembling friendship. Katsuki would never be effusive, but there was mutual respect now. I'm still going to be number 1, Bakugo growled during his final training competition. In this world, Izuku smiled, you already are. Only after me. Shut up, you damn nerd. The UA graduation ceremony was the most broadcast event in human history. When Izuku Midoriya crossed the stage to receive his diploma, the crowds outside the campus cheered so loudly that it could be heard for miles around. Principal Nezu personally presented him with the diploma. You've changed this school forever, Midoriya-kun. You've changed the world. Now go and show what a true hero can be. That night, in a carefully orchestrated press conference, Izuku made an announcement that shook the world once again. Thank you all for coming, she began, standing on a podium with 5 women at her side. I know my life has been unusual. And there's something I need to make public. Something I've kept partially private out of respect for UA rules. He took Ochako's hand on his right. I love Ochako Uraraka. Her joy makes me want to create universes just to see her smile. He took Momo's hand on his left. I love Momo Yaoyorozu. Her brilliant mind challenges me in ways that pure power never could. I love Kyoka Jiro, he continued as she blushed intensely. Her music reminds me why I created the sound. I love Nejire Hado. Nejire practically glowed. Her boundless curiosity makes existence an adventure. Finally, he took both of Midnight's hands. And I love Nimari Kayama. Her strength, her vulnerability, her complex soul taught me that true love requires patience. The world exploded with reactions. But Izuku continued, his voice firm. I know this is unconventional. I know some will criticize it. But my heart isn't bound by human conventions. I love them all, equally, completely, and they've chosen me too, aware of this dynamic. So this is public now. The creator of the Tree of Everything is in a relationship with 5 extraordinary women. And I make no apology for it. The 5 women stood in a line, holding hands, united. Ochako spoke first. We chose it. Consciously. Momo added. With full understanding of what it means. Kyoka smiled. And we would do it again. Nejire laughed. 1,000,000 times. Midnight concluded. Because true love has no limits. It only expands. Izuku worked as a pro hero for 18 months. He wasn't like other heroes. To begin with, I didn't have an agency. I worked independently, responding to global crises. Earthquakes in California, tsunamis in Indonesia, famines in Africa, wars in the Middle East. She appeared. She helped. She transformed disasters into hope. He wasn't fighting villains. There were hardly any left. Instead, he was fighting against despair itself. The global heroic rankings, established after his unveiling, placed him as number 1 within 6 months. It wasn't even close. First place, Izuku Midoriya, the creator. Second place, All Might, the symbol of peace. Third place, Endeavor, the flaming hero. But the gap between first and second was immeasurable. Because while other heroes were saving hundreds or thousands, Izuku had saved millions, directly and indirectly. In his penthouse in Tokyo, a space he shared with his 5 beloveds, Izuku sat one night, gazing at the stars. Ochako found him first, snuggling up next to him. What are you thinking about? What time is it? He replied simply. The others arrived gradually, sensing that something important was happening. When they were all gathered, Izuku spoke. I have loved this world. This first world that I chose to experience fully. It has taught me about humanity, about love, about sacrifice, and about hope. But, Momo sensed, is it time to move on? Izuku nodded. The Tree of Everything has infinite branches, infinite realities, and I promised to experience them. To live in each one, to love in each one, to learn in each one. When are you leaving? Kyoka asked, her voice small. Not, I. Izuku looked at them all. We, if you want to come. Nejire sat up straight. Can we go to other worlds with you? I can make them immortal, in a sense, Izuku explained. Not invulnerable, but eternal. Able to travel between worlds, to experience every reality alongside me. But it's a permanent choice. Once they cross that threshold, they will no longer be fully human. What will we be? Asked Momo. Companions of the Creator, travelers of the tree, eternally beloved. She smiled gently, and they may return here whenever they wish. This world will always be their home. But they would have other homes as well. Silence fell as they processed the case. Midnight spoke first. I've lived 32 years. And the best have been the last 4 with you. If you're offering me eternities more than that, yes. 1,000 times yes. Ochako took her hand. Wherever you go, I'll go. Always. Momo smiled, her logic clearly aligning. The chance to experience infinite universes with the man I love. How could I possibly refuse that? Kyoka shrugged, but she was smiling. Someone has to make sure you don't do anything stupid in those other worlds. Nejire practically exploded with excitement. Yes, yes, 1,000,000,000 times yes. New worlds, new people, new questions to ask. This is amazing. Izuku felt something warm expand in his chest. Then it's decided. But first, goodbyes. The last week was a whirlwind of goodbyes. All Might wept openly. Young Midoriya, you were the best student I could have ever asked for. Better yet, you were the son I never had. And you were the mentor I chose, Izuku said, hugging him. This world is in good hands now. Yours. The new generations. They don't need me anymore. We'll always need you, All Might sobbed. But I understand. Go. Spread hope in other worlds like you did here. Principal Nezu was more philosophical. I knew this day would come. You're too vast for just one world. But thank you, Midoriya-kun, for choosing us first. Aizawa, surprisingly, was also moved. You were the most troublesome student I ever had. Also the best. Kick ass in other universes, brat. Class 1A. Now professional heroes, reunited one last time. Bakugo, who had matured considerably, squeezed Izuku's fist. I'm still going to be number one here, Deku. Even without you. I know, Kachan. You can count on it. Todoroki smiled. A truly genuine smile. You saved me. You showed me how to be whole. I'll never forget it. Iida bowed stiffly. It will be an honor to carry on your legacy, Midoriya-kun. Tsuyu. Always direct. Be happy, Midoriya-chan. Hero. One by one, each colleague said goodbye. And finally, Inko Midoriya. His mother cried so much that Izuku thought she would never stop. My baby, she sobbed against his chest. My little baby who I once thought didn't have a quirk. Look what you've become. Mom, I'll always be your son. I'll visit, I promise. I know you will, she said, stepping back and wiping her eyes. Now go, make other worlds as bright as you made this one. At the top of Mount Fuji, where the sky met the earth, Izuku and his 5 beloved stood in a circle. The next world, Izuku explained, is different. There are no quirks. Instead, there are demons, humans transformed by an ancient curse. And demon slayers who fight them with swords and special breathing techniques. It sounds dangerous, Momo observed. It is, but it's also full of potential. Of stories I want to experience. Of people I want to meet. She looked at each of them. Ready, always, they answered in unison. Izuku extended his hands, and the roots of the tree of everything materialized, golden and shining, extending not through space but through reality itself. A door opened. Through it, they could see a different world, Japan, but older. It was night, and the moon shone red. This, Izuku said softly, is the world of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. A reality where darkness is literal, where monsters exist, and where humanity fights with unwavering determination. What will we do there? Ochako asked. The same as here, Izuku smiled. To exist, to love, to help where we can, and to see how our presence changes the course of their story. And the harem? Nejire asked with a mischievous smile. Will it grow? Izuku laughed. Possibly. My heart is infinite, after all. Then maybe we need to get to know these new girls first, Midnight joked. Make sure they're worthy. They all are, Izuku said. Every soul is worthy of love. They just need someone to see them. He took Ochako's hand with his left, Momo's with his right. The others touched his shoulders. Together, she said. Forever, they replied, and they crossed the threshold. Behind them, the world of heroes continued, brighter for their passing, more hopeful for their legacy. Ahead, a new world awaited. A world of demons and hunters. A world of sword breathing and demon blood. A world that was about to meet the creator of the Tree of All. And nothing, not the demons, not Muzen's curse, not fate itself, would ever be the same again. The end. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to hype this video as it helps a lot, and now we will see you in the next video.